Se ke ishile ka hara koloi ela banna. Mamlaetsa beke tshitjara ke le nna ka hara koloi kae ena e ntsho.
Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. Members, we are just waiting for Chairperson to join the platform. I think she's busy logging on now. Just 2 more minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you, Secretary. Good morning to all leadership.
Yeah, molweni dumelang. Absheni.
Good morning, South Africa, and how are you?
No. We are very fine, especially after this weekend. Good morning to you, Honorable Muraseta.
No, there are many things which happened over the weekend. Specifically, what we had pirates beating chiefs, and what else happened?
Well, I'm talking about those things actually.
Mapholoba nisebenzi mapholoba.
Awuzwa-ke, angithi uzwa kahle-ke. The real leaders. The real leader does what it,
No,
yes.
How many were you?
Iqiniso kumele sinisho.
Let me tell
there
you.
were many.
How many were you?
Let me give him number. We exceeded 100,000, and they said because of the conduct, hey, let's let them in. But outside, people did not get into the stadium. But those who were counted, you know, that stadium, it counts, it has got those electronic things to count. We exceeded, there was 75,000 from the main entrance, and the emergency entrance 25,000. We exceeded 100,000. No. This is not the political.
The real numbers will be counted there.
No, I agree with you. Just weird.
Hey, Mapolo.
Hey, utheni mnganam?
You are saying then what does that imply? I agree we must be able to make an application, or what does that mean?
No, it means we must work more here in the portfolio committee to do things.
I mean your number.
It's not diverting. It's not diverting.
No.
I'm talking about the
Good morning.
portfolio committee, our work.
Good morning, members. Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning.
Chairperson has joined us. Chairperson, may I hand over to you?
Morning, everybody. Goeiemorgen.
Recording in progress.
Let us greet everybody that has
Yes, good morning, Chairperson.
Hey, Mapoloba, usemandleni. I saw you had a very successful launch there.
Thank you, Chair.
In KZN, which is your first and last province.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Although I don't agree, but thank you, Chair. It comes from the Chair.
No, thank you very much. Mapoloba, congratulations though. The Moses Mabhida was filled up by Ingata. And all the best for the elections. Llewellyn, can you help us with the roll call?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I have yourself, Honorable Mbinka Gigaba. I have Honorable Aduans, Honorable Morowane. I have Honorable Letsie, Honorable Morasetla, Honorable Van Zyl, Honorable Van der Walt, Honorable Mashabela, Honorable Madlingozi, Honorable Ngobo, and Honorable Sukers present in the meeting. I have received an apology from Minister who may not be able to join us today, Chairperson. As you indicated that at the latter part of today's meeting, where members will do some farewells, messages, you have requested that DBE may join us a bit later at the end of the meeting. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Llewellyn. Members, on the agenda, we are having, can you fly the agenda? We've got 2 reports to adopt, and the minutes of the 27th of February and the 5th of March. We've got the legacy report, which we've went through it last week, and we have asked members to do some submissions if they do have any. And at this stage, I am going to allow members to make corrections in the legacy report. If there are no corrections, I would then ask that we adopt the legacy report. Any members to adopt?
Chairperson, Assembly, before that, can we adopt the agenda? And at the same
my
time,
my apologies, Principal. Thank you very much. Can you adopt, Principal?
yeah, let me greet all and sundry, of course, starting with yourself, Chairperson, and say good morning to everyone in this all-important platform on the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. I rise, Chair, to move that this agenda as flighted and also corroborated by yourselves on the order of how best we are going to look into it. I propose that we adopt the agenda as is.
Thank you very much, Honorable Letsiye.
Honorable Chairperson.
Babu Mampaloba?
Yeah, well, I don't hear Honorable Letsiye responding, but I also wanted to support the adoption of this additional of the agenda, yes.
Thanks, Mapoloba. My
Letsiye
network
is in the meeting and his end is up, but it's fine, Mapoloba siyabonga.
No, thanks, Chair. My network was acting.
Oh, okay then. All
No,
right.
they are bewitching my son.
Hey, Pela, who cares now to bewitch your son? Oh, I hear. Can we please adopt the legacy report, people, so that we are done with it? Honorable Murwane?
Chairperson, good morning to your good self and good morning to the DBE led by the Deputy Minister, the Minister in absentia. Greetings to my colleagues, the portfolio members, the staff. I want to indicate that the work that has been indicated there, some of the work I did not being part, but I went through and it assisted me to have a view of what happened throughout. And I want to fully adopt this legacy report as indicated and as outlined. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Principal?
My Chair, I rise to unequivocally support the adoption of the legacy report.
I see some hands. Letsiye, no data. You are not agreeing.
No, thanks, Chairman. I was supporting. Thank you. I'll lower my hand.
Thank you very much. No data.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. No, it's not that I'm not agreeing. There's just certain notes I sent through to Mr. Brown on the report, but it's not material changes. But I hope he did include it in that or he saw it. That's it, because I think in the last meeting you did indicate that we should send some notes. But it's just additions, nothing to change anything, Chair, because it's a true reflection of the past couple of years.
Okay, that should not be a problem. That's the same with you, Honorable Sugers, right?
Yes, Chair, it is to check that the inclusions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Suppose, can you take us now to the Finland report?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. I also greet the Deputy Minister with a delegation from DBE, the staff of the Secretariat, our colleagues, stakeholders in the education sector present here, and visitors who've just joined for today. In the interest of the reports being tabled, I greet you all. For those who have just joined, my name is Portia Mbode Muchekwane, the Content Advisor for Portfolio Education on Basic Education. By qualification, a Master of International Education Development. From South Africa, being trained with an opportunity to study in the Scandinavia. The experiences I'm very grateful for South Africa, and the report which I'm going to present today is a report which outlines the study tour of the Portfolio Committee to Finland.
Chairperson, Paul.
Allow me, honorable members, to share the screen.
Mrs. Posh, Honorable Mandlingozi.
Uxolo Chairperson besithi usisiphosha uba nje angabuya umva sibona nje inhloko nje nibunzi inkosi.
No, but anyway, he says I'll bear the presentation now. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, this is the draft report of the International Study Tour of October 2023. Allow me to highlight that the report is divided into three main parts. First of all, the report outlines the purpose of the study tour, aims and objectives, and also it provides an overview of the study tour to Finland. Secondly, the report will describe the implementation of the Finnish education system, how it is structured, how it is implemented, and what impact it does make to the citizens of the country. Thirdly, honorable members, the report provides an outline of meetings which were held, conducted, schools visits, member observations made during the visit, and the responses that the institutions of learning provided those that were visited. Towards the end, the report outlines the lessons learned from the study tour, key observations made by the committee during the study tour, and then closes with some suggestions for future study tour, as outlined just after the conclusion and the summary of the report. And also at the end, it makes a reference to an appreciation and acknowledgement by the Portfolio Committee as delegation that went to Finland. Honorable members, this is the delegation of South Africa that represented the Portfolio Committee on a study tour to Finland. The delegation was led by Honorable Chairperson, our Chairperson, Honorable Bongiwe Mpingo Gigaba, followed by Honorable Adons the Whip, Honorable Morwa, Honorable Nodada, and Honorable Sondi. These are the delegations. Myself as a staff member was just providing some support at the back. The report, honorable members, provided an executive summary so that those who want to just read the summary of what this trip was all about, the executive summary encapsulates that in minute details. And then the entire report starts with the introduction. In terms of the executive summary, the purpose of the report, honorable members, was to learn about the Finnish education system and to explore the potential of collaboration between South Africa and Finland. During the visit, the members met with diplomats, education experts in the Finnish education system, as well as the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Education and Culture, Ministry of International Affairs, the Foundation Hub for ICT. The committee delegation had also met with the homeschooling sector, the specialists and experts in education, which is FinSeed, and also members of parliament of the education portfolio in Finland. The itinerary and the program is attached at the back for those who have keen interest on it, line by line. The program itinerary included a range of school visits from primary schools, home education school, vocational colleges, ICT hub, and then a meeting also with the municipalities. In terms of the highlights, honorable members, to this visit, the visit provided a valuable opportunity for the delegation to learn about the Finnish education system and also to identify areas of potential collaboration between South Africa and Finland. The delegates were able to gain a better understanding of how the home education system is implemented in Finland, how learners are supported in vocational education, the strength of the Finnish in terms of teacher development. Members were also quite impressed with the integration of technology in the classroom, as the class visits were also showing that or demonstrating that. The emphasis on individualized instruction of learning, the importance of learner support, and how the system is structured in the two-tier system. Something that members felt this is one thing that we must take back home as a key lesson. Honorable members, the delegation was also able to identify a possible collaboration, especially in the areas of mathematics, science, ECD, and also sharing of best practices between the two countries and a possible exchange for teachers and students. Meaning that as much as this trip was about benchmarking, it was not only learning about what the Finnish people are doing, but the members were also sharing to the Finnish counterparts the best examples of the South African education system. In this picture, honorable members, it captures, in essence, the collaboration engagements between Finland and South Africa. Paulo Freire, the Brazilian pedagogue, speaks of picture codes, that a picture tells a story. The report has utilized pictures so that it reflects the engagements that happened, how members were actually active in some of the processes, and also give the reader a fuller understanding of what actually transpired during this study tour. On the left side picture is Honorable Mpingo Gigaba with the committee chairperson of the basic education in Finland. So it's committee chairperson to committee chairperson, that first picture. And on the right side of the picture is the entire delegation, including the official from the Ministry of International Affairs in Finland. So that's the picture that tells the engagement in Finland. Honorable members, in terms of now introducing the report, it's a 56-page report, but I'll try to be quite snappy so that I can take on the main points of this particular aspect. The visit, honorable members, took place from the 7th of October and concluded on the 15th of October, 2023. The purpose being outlined as exploring the collaboration between South Africa and Finland, benchmarking the education system of Finland. It was not a comparative study tour, not at all. But when you benchmark, you look at what you have. At the same time, you appreciate your other counterparts, what they have, and in a way that embellishes our own education system as well. So it was a learning and sharing exercise. In addition, this was enabling the delegation to now have a better understanding of how Finland is doing in terms of the educational outcomes. The names of the portfolio committee delegation are highlighted on this page, which was Honorable Bingo Gigaba, the chairperson, Honorable Adons, the whip of the committee, Honorable Muazetla, Honorable Nodada, Honorable Sondi. Honorable members, as the members left in terms of the delegation, they represented not individual political parties, but were representing the country at large. They left as the RSA delegation, and whatever they expressed and said, it was on behalf of South Africa at large. The main purpose of the study, honorable members, was to engage Finland counterparts on their education system, the literacy and numeracy, the language policies, the implementation of home education, further, the development of teachers, the implementation of early childhood development, as members understand that we have a migration of the ECD from social development to basic education. Members also wanted to explore the support for special needs education, the issue of the technology, and also this was done through the visit to the public schools. And now, in terms of the aims and objectives, why did the portfolio committee do this? In terms of the broader aims, the committee had to determine whether there are replicable best practices and any new developments from the Finnish education system that could be benchmarked to South Africa. So in summary, the study tour objectives were as followed. 1, to explore and understand the Republic of Finland education system, to explore and understand Finland early childhood education system, to explore and understand advancements in literacy, mathematics and science, and ICT, to explore the implementation of home education, and to engage legislators in Finland on education legislation policies and legislation matters. During the deliberations, honorable members, the delegation had engaged with a range of stakeholders. For example, the legislation reforms on the basic education sector, which the committee embarked on. It was important, therefore, that the delegation also, when they are in Finland, they look at the legislation reforms of the country. The skills required by the economy on how vocational education and training prepared learners to exit the schooling system, the basic education budget modalities of ECD funding in particular, the school governance and structures and role of parents. The members were interested in that, and those questions were raised during the deliberations. The measures to promote access to quality education, learner transport, nutrition, inclusive education, and special needs education, the language policies, the educator qualifications, and the role of the municipality to support schools. In terms of the background, why this study tour was conducted. This section, honorable members, highlights the fact that in accordance with Parliament's strategic plan of 2019 to 2024, there is an objective there that alludes to international participation. Also, the portfolio's own strategic plan of 2019 to 2024, as well as the annual performance plan of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, this trip is aligned with all of that. It is aligned with the National Development Plan. It is aligned with the UN Sustainable Goal for quality education. Also, it is aligned with what DBE wants to achieve in the Vision 2025 towards the realization of schooling. As a country, we have a vision for basic education, and this trip was very important and essential that to move alongside the country's priorities, such a trip would also recognize that basic education is an indispensable condition for the country to meet the targets. And by doing so, there's a sector priorities that needs to be met. And by doing that, you look also in terms of the accountability model of Parliament, that when members embark on a study tour, or when members embark on an oversight over the government, which is a DBE in this sense, that the legislation itself speaks to new insights and also enhances, therefore, the role of the members over the executive to ensure quality education. In terms of the protocol, I'll touch on this a little bit. Apart from the logistical preparation of the trip, which was done by the Office of the Secretariat, Mr. Brown, Mrs. Dolis, Kekana, our manager, Mr. Bandi, after the Parliament had approved, it became very important that the delegation is also prepared for international participation. And therefore, we had liaised with DERCO to ensure that there is a session on pre-trip, which is around protocol and diplomacy, that would enhance effective engagement with Finland counterparts. So the sessions focused on general advisory on public diplomacy when members engage with other diplomats, the ambassadors in Finland, how to meet and greet the host and the stakeholders, the body language when you do the handshakes, the corporate culture, the dining etiquette, how do you present yourself in a foreign country, the attire, the dress code for arrival and official meetings. So that all of these had to be explained before the trip so that everybody is on the same page. It's very important that when trips of this nature are undertaken, that diplomacy and protocol becomes part of it. Arriving in Helsinki, the counterparts of Finland who were liaising with the Secretariat were able to secure the support of Mr. Zuma, the third secretary from the South African Embassy. So he was at the airport to welcome the delegation, as well as the driver of Helsinki Transport Services. They took the delegation from the airport to the hotel in Torni, and during the stay, Torni was the home base for the duration of the visit. Country Finland, the context. Honorable members, Finland is bordered by Sweden to the northwest, Norway to the north, Russia to the east, with the Gulf of Bothnia to the west, and the Gulf of Finland to the south. This information is also important in the sense that it provides the context of where the country is and the relationship it has with the neighboring countries, and also what is happening within that region when it comes to education. The population is about 5.6 million, which is comparatively some more or less like the Western Cape province in terms of the number of people. The languages spoken is Finnish and Swedish being the main ones. However, the other languages are also considered. The educational level of the working age population is a driving force of the economy, meaning that Finland is a country that invests in education, whether it's basic education, upper secondary education, or tertiary education. The country invests in its people in terms of education. The areas that the delegation visited, according to this map, it's Helsinki, Tampere, and Turku. The 3 areas were identified so that the delegation is not just sitting or being based at Helsinki. You will never have an understanding if you travel to a country and you are located in one area. It's very important that within the country, you move as well from the city to the rural context of the country and maybe to the islandic parts of the country, so that by the time you come back being fully informed around the country itself and the people and the context that you went to visit. So why was Finland identified for the study tour? Honorable members would remember that there were countries that were suggested, but eventually Finland seemed to be the country of which was chosen. Finland is regarded as to be among the best performing education systems globally. What do we mean by this? If you look at the 2003 report that outlines education systems across the world, there's Sweden. It's well developed in public education as number 1. Finland is number 2, well developed in public education. Denmark is number 3, well developed in public education system. Germany is number 4, Canada number 5. These are just top 5 for 2003. So it was very important, therefore, that when members are going on this, they look at the best performing education system globally. So the Finland constitution cites that everyone has a right to basic education free of charge. The Finland constitution I'm referring to is the one of 1999. And if you see this picture, honorable members, it's children in Finland playing outdoors as an activity. And this picture, sourced from the FinSeed presentation, also re-emphasizes what their constitution is saying in terms of everyone having the right to basic education free of charge, and that the public authorities shall guarantee everyone the actual equal opportunities to be in accordance with their ability, their special needs, as well as opportunities to develop themselves without being prevented by any economic hardship. So that is one of the reasons why Finland was chosen, and their underlying principles on the aspect of equity. Also, Finland has principles that refer to the equal opportunities for all, irrespective of one's ethnic origin, age, or wealth, or where people stay. Another thing was that these principles therefore formed an interest for the committee to explore in regard to ECD, mathematics, science, technology, as well as legislative matters when the committee was also dealing with aspects of the Bella Bill. Another reason is that strategically, Finland has a focus in Africa and globally, which means that if you look at their foreign policy objectives and how they have a bilateral significance for South Africa and the potential for partnership, it becomes very important that the innovation and the economic development and the circular economy and the 4th industrial revolution, it's things that South Africa is looking at. At the same time, South Africa wanted to look at how Finland is looking at that when members were engaging at the table. Another aspect, honorable members, is that there's South Africa and Finland bilateral political relations. We extracted this when we looked at the concept note from DERCO that Finland apparently, according to the sources, dating back to decades ago, supported South Africa during the liberation movement. In particular, they provided humanitarian support. So amongst others, between the period 1987-1991 is the time when the Finnish and the other Scandinavian countries were providing support to South Africa. Another aspect that this report would highlight is the fact that Finland responds to the global responsibility as outlined by the SDGs, the aspect of mitigating climate change and adapting to it, issues of food security, water, renewable energy, and the use of natural resources. These are things that remain positive, and especially when one looks at the political position and the rights of women and girls. They advance the women and girls and the country, in terms of the delegation, was interested in that. Finland has a commitment for increasing partnership with African countries. We have seen that when there was this round table sitting with the Minister of International Affairs and Culture in Finland. We'll go deeper into that. Now, honorable members, we are just now citing the country context, why Finland was selected, what principles underpinned this, and what possible collaboration would exist in terms of this specific international visit. This section, honorable members, will now look at the education system of Finland. We had to first outline in the introduction what the country is all about, and then come into understanding the education system of Finland. The education system of Finland, as members have noted during the delegation visit, is that Finland is based on a two-tier system. This graphical slide, we extracted it from the presentations which were given by all, not all, but most of the stakeholders that the committee engaged with. What I found interesting is that every time there would be a presentation, they speak one language. They speak to this particular slide in terms of their education system. I don't remember once where they were contradicting each other. For me, it was really a lesson that they understand and everyone understands the education system for their country. On the left-hand side, it's the pillars that relate to, for example, the education curriculum, the number of years in terms of the duration, and the duration of completion. The blue ones on top highlights the degrees or licentiate degrees, the master's degrees at universities, the bachelor's degrees at universities, and in the teal blue, you'll see where basic education is located, the pre-primary education and early childhood development care, right at the teal blue color at the end. On the right-hand side, honorable members, is master's degree offered at the University of Applied Sciences. What's the difference between a university and University of Applied Sciences? University of Applied Sciences, what they do, they would at least regard your 2 years work experiences and above, if let's say you did not necessarily have a bachelor's degree. But what we know is that according to this, there is a difference between a university and the University of Applied Sciences. And that's why they've had to structure it on the right side. Also, there are bachelor degrees at the University of Applied Sciences. There are also vocational qualifications and specialist vocational qualifications. And the last leg looks into the liberal adult education. That side, the last one, the last column, when you look at the liberal adult education, Finland says education has no dead end, meaning that you learn until you go to a grave in that country. Learning doesn't end. If you decided to stop now, you'll stop, but at some particular point in time, you must go back and continue learning. Whatever course or whatever module you want to do, they emphasize on the aspect of learning. Hence, you'll find that apart from the formal education, they also imbue in their system the non-formal adult education, which is catered for under the centers of study circles or the study circles or the sports cycles and all that, and even the folk high schools. Folk high schools is another topic that we'll discuss maybe in the 7th Parliament, but it's an interesting philosophy which looks into especially enabling the young people towards their civic responsibilities when they mature as adults. Honorable members, the Finnish education system regards the 0 to 6 years as early childhood and care. So the EC stands for early childhood and care. And then from 6 years, 0 to 6 years, that's where the children are at. And then from 7 years, children start to be at grade 1. Very interesting in the sense that they allow their children to play. They allow their children to be at these kindergartens or ECT centers or ECEs. And then once a child cognitively starts to mature, the child goes to school. And the duration of schooling is 9 years. The diagram above then highlighted all the kind of flows that a learner would traverse or navigate in pursuit of one's education. The next page, honorable members, highlights the pre-primary age, which is provided for children for compulsory education, the pre-primary education, the 9 years of primary school and lower education, the upper secondary education, the higher education, and adult education. Also, honorable members, we highlighted here the Constitution of Finland, which is the cornerstone of why they are doing what they're doing, because it says, in accordance with the Constitution, the state provides free education from early childhood education, primary and lower education, up to elementary and middle school. Students in Finland derive these opportunities from this Constitution. This one is a copy of 2020. Now, I will turn the presentation to the structure. How is the education therefore structured in Finland? Honorable members, the education system in Finland is structured into two. The first leg is the national administration under the Ministry of Education. The second leg is under the Finnish National Agency for Education, and the latter group is a group of educational experts. Let's look at the green shaded area there in terms of the structure. There you'll find the Minister of Education and Culture. Their main responsibility is to look at policies, which is the education policies, the preparation of legislation, and state funding. That's it. Minister of Education and Culture, they look into that. Now, let's look at the other leg, the FinSeed agency. What are the experts of education now doing? They look at the development agency in terms of the core curriculum and qualification requirements. They focus on the support of evidence-based policy making. They focus on the support for reform and development. While the ministry will be looking at legislation, the FinSeed will look into the support of these reforms, the implementation and development. Also, they will focus on the services for educators and learners. They also focus on internationalization of education. If you look at these two, there's a distinct reason, therefore, why this particular country is sitting to be among the best. Not the best in such terms of whatever, but the way the education is structured is such that it allows them to do this part for the Ministry of Education and this part by the experts. Honorable members, if I'm correct, it is also what the Phela Bill was trying to propose when it was proposing that the minister should be given an opportunity to look at the education experts. It's just a reflection point. The purpose of the steering of education is therefore to ensure that equality and high quality of education now is created in favorable conditions for the learner's growth and the development of their learning. This slide was extracted from the FinSeed presentation, and I hope I have outlined it in terms of how they have planned it. The above structure, honorable members, also highlights that this structure is two-pronged. The ministry takes the lead in legislation, while the Finnish agency focus on the core curriculum and other aspects. The local government makes decisions on allocating of funding and development of local curriculum and recruitment of personnel in terms of their payment to schools. The next section, honorable members, now looks at the funding. At the time of our visit, we were very fortunate. The country at large was looking at the budget. The state budget is approximately 87.9 billion euros, and the share of education in that budget is 9.6 billion euros, which also includes spending in the cultural sector. Early childhood and care, pre-primary education, lower secondary education, etc., are part and parcel also of the municipal basic services that receive statutory government transfers. The municipality has a very important role in Finland. Also, they decide on the independently when in which the funds are allocated to their schools. Funding for upper general education is based on the number of students reported by the school, and vocational education and training, which we call it TVET, they call it VETs, are jointly financed by central and local government. The VET system also rewards education providers for their outcomes in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. The government therefore allocates core funding also to universities and universities of applied sciences, which is the UAS. Let's look at the expenditure bar of the budget allocated. This, honorable members, was a budget allocation for the year 2020, the COVID year. If you look at this slide, for operational cost per student, per learner at pre-primary education, Finland spends 6,342 euros. In the South African rands translation or conversion at the current currency, it's 129,465 per learner in 2020, not 2024. So 2024, we still have to hear or calculate forward. In 2020, for basic education, Finland was spending 9,597 euros. Translated in the currency of the South African conversion, it's 195,896 per learner. For general upper education, Finland spends 7,961 per learner. Convert to South African rands, that's 162,675 per learner. And for vocational upper secondary education, Finland spends 10,393 euros, which is 212,000 rands, 341 per learner. That was 5 years ago or 4 years ago. It will be interesting to see how the amounts have reflected moving forward. That's the expenditure for education, honorable members. Now let's look at educational support. From this core budget, this money ensures that students' rights to education are supported, that they give students guidance. The system is good on welfare in that sense that the special needs education, you won't find a special needs school there, but mainstream schools are mainstreaming learners with educational needs in terms of inclusive education. What do I mean by that? Every school in Finland where learners present special needs in terms of their physical or intellectual abilities, the school already has that. So a learner will not necessarily be attending a special school. No, that particular school nearby to the child's home must and should cater for all learners' needs, including the learners who present special needs. In terms of teacher development in Finland, the country has a high level of education and competence, which they base on the qualifications. To be able to teach in Finland, must have a master's degree of 5 years, not a 3-year degree. Now, a 3-year degree and a 5-year degree says this person has been groomed right across to ensure that once the person is in the field as an educator, the educator understands the pedagogical guidance and the practice of teaching. Very interesting phenomena. Now, what happens in that 5 years? First year, second year, third year, fourth year, they are looking at the dogma of the education and training. On the 4th year, the teachers go to any other country where they will also observe educational practices. Hence, they speak of internationalization. And on the 5th year, they come back to Finland and specialize. So by the time they exit being fully equipped and fully trained to implement education as the educators. The legislative framework and reforms which have happened in the country, they have a policy that ensures that all citizens have equal opportunities to receive education, regardless of age, residence, and financial situation, sex, or mother tongue. May I say sex in terms of sexual orientation. And responding to the above, the Finnish government provides this education that caters for all of this. And in terms of the reforms recently, in 2021, it was noted that they looked at the education reforms on the compulsory education beyond the 9th grade. And the aims of the reform is to ensure that students gain an upper secondary qualification after basic education. Another aspect of the legislative reforms, which were recent, is that in 2021 also, they had raised the school leaving age, whereas in the past it was 16 years, you can leave school at 16 years. 2021, they changed that the children must stay longer at school. They must leave school at the age of 18. So these were one of the reforms that they shared with us in terms of the changes in the legislation system. On continuing learning, as I indicated earlier on, they indicated that there's no dead end. You study and you read to your grave. This country invests in education, and any country that invests in education and invest in the education of their children and citizens, I will see development ever. They can continue learning to an upper level of education, whatever choice they make and whenever. So you go in, you go out, the system allows you to do that. Beautiful, ne? Let's look at the assessment. Honorable members, there are no standardized tests in the basic education system in Finland. Students are assessed according with their working skills in the classrooms, which is defined also by the national curricula or the local curricula, and they don't focus on comparing students against other students. What is important is that this student has performed, and this is based on the school subjects, and the student will get a certificate, grades accordingly, and then they are defined in terms of the projection to the next class, not necessarily comparing students, but looking at students themselves also taking responsibility for their own learning, and the teacher evaluating that the student is ready to progress to the next grade. And in a way, the comprehensive education system allows, therefore, the teacher to manage the classroom, to do what is to be done, and it says a lot about how we're doing things differently there. I'm not comparing, but it's just a matter of noting in terms of what we do with the NSC exams and other examinations for students. Now, on the aspect of early childhood development, this system in Finland started way back in the 1860s. They've been investing in their children from as far back as that time. They looked at the care of children, especially for low-income families or single mothers who had to be at work and then who's taking care of the children. And so this ideology, they trace it back to a person called Froebel, Froebel's methods of upbringing children in the early childhood and care aspect. It has been there for quite some time. Now, what is a framework that they're working on now, which has developed since the 1860s up to now? It speaks of a pedagogical framework. A pedagogical framework is an educational framework that looks at the competencies. When you say transversal, it's transversal in terms of a multiplicity for literacy, competence, information, for learners being able to think, the cultural competence and interaction with others and self, and taking care and managing daily life and participation and involvement in other aspects. Also, this framework highlights, most importantly, the learning and well-being of a child, that everything that happens, it must happen for the best interest of the child. Whether it's an environment where the child is growing, the interests of the child are paramount. Whether it's in the learning areas that the child is learning, for example, the language of learning, the diverse form of expression, that child must understand that me and my community, I am important, and that my education, where I learn, where I play, where I experience learning, should be an exploratory aspect, which also at the same time interacts with the environment. The children play there a lot, especially outside. Inside the classroom, the time is minimal. Children must be allowed to play. That's what they emphasized. Now, the blue bar highlights the principles, procedures, and environments and their underlying values. Again, honorable members, this is a FinSeed slide presentation. So, as you see at the bottom bullets there, the role of the municipality that they take in terms of providing pre-primary education, that it is free and that is organized in about 80% of the centers, and then 70% of children attend ECE services on a full-time basis right through the year. Right through the year, I'm sure it means also Christmas and New Year, I'm not sure, but they said right through the year. For those who may be at work, the child must be safe. Legislative amendments, again, honorable members, here, the emphasis now was on the actual acts. Ne? Finland Parliament passed the Basic Education Act, Section 26A and 35, in December 2014, with clauses that emphasized the compulsory pre-primary education, which was started and implemented in 2015. Look at the time frame. They passed legislation in 2014, they implement in 2015. No dilly-dallying and delays, push and move. The Basic Education Act was made compulsory for that year, and that it says prior to entering primary education, children must have attended pre-primary education or some form of activity catering for the objective of pre-primary education. You can't just bring a child to school here and the child didn't go to any pre-primary education. Not in Finland. The child must have gone through the core curriculum for pre-primary education was also adopted and it was revised in 2010. In 2014, it was adopted. That, if you look at this section, it says legislative amendments are ongoing in other countries. Why are we stuck, or why should we be stuck and not amend our own legislations? There's something to be learned here. Continuously, the amendments are happening. Continuously, they are implementing. Continuously, they are adopting. And in the adaptation, they do the reviews. Something to be learned on the legislative amendments. Now, what does their legislation also emphasize? And I'm talking about the Education Act in particular. Number one, there's an obligation to participate. When the child enters that pre-primary school, the objectives of pre-primary education should be met. Don't waste children's time endlessly, but children's obligation in terms of outcomes must be met. If you are a guardian in Finland, you must ensure that this child's education is being provided and that it will be achieved. So there's a responsibility as well on the part of guardians. They have an obligation. And also there's a regulation of attendance. A child must attend the education to which he or she has been admitted, unless temporarily there was an exemption for a particular reason. That means a child can't just stop learning. It's a regulation in the Act that says it is compulsory for a child or a learner to be at school. And if that child is not at school, there should be some reasons for the temporary exemption from school, of which the government must be involved, or the local municipality in the school per se should be involved. Section 3.3, honorable members, looks at now the funding for early childhood and education and care. The initial part, we talked about a funding for education per se, which was more the general budget for education. Now, this part is looking at funding specifically for early childhood education and care. Finland provides free education for up to 5-year-olds in terms of the ECD. They have a duration of 4 hours a day. 5-year-old children begins on the 1st of August each year and continue until the beginning of their pre-primary education. The Ministry of Culture and Education's portion of the 2024 budget for education proposed 8.0 billion, which is about 274 million more than the 2023 budget. This statement therefore says for 2024, the ministry requested more on the budget proposal for 2024 budget. The budget seeks to implement the program of the government by raising the level of education and competence. The measures in the budget aim to strengthen the effectiveness of science and improve the conditions for research as well as development. This is to advance the methods of creating the leveraging of arts and culture and promote active lifestyles for all age groups in Finland. Municipalities also have a role to play in the sense that they are looking at the compulsory education which applies to children who live within that municipality. This slide, honorable members, now highlights of that 8 billion euros, how they propose for the budget in the year 2024. Let's look at this one. ECE, which is early childhood and care and primary education, there's the amount. ECE, there's general upper education, vocational education, higher education, transport, meal subsidy, which in our case is a nutrition program, the sport, the research, arts and culture, youth, upper education, vocational, and municipalities. Honorable members, as per the table above, if one does a snapshot analysis, early childhood and care, followed by primary education, upper education, research, arts and culture, are the main priorities in the Finland education budget. It's very explicit in this presentation. Now, in terms of expenditure per child in ECD, let's look at this slide below. ECD, the other one was looking at education general. This one is ECD. Per child in 2020, the Finland spent 15,400 euros in ECD. In the South African rands conversion, it's 315,330 for each child in ECD year. Pre-primary education, 6,500 euros. Convert that to the South African rands, it's 133,000 per learner at pre-primary education. And therefore, the 2.8 billion euros was their total expenditure, which translates to close to 57 billions in South Africa. The 228 million euros would translate to 4.666 billions accrual to client fees. The conversion, honorable members, is just a guide. It may be more, it may be less, it's subject to correction, but it is a reflection of their expenditure in 2020. And most definitely in 2024, these numbers have gone up. Now, this section of the report is going to focus on the meetings that were held during the study tour visit, and also the engagements that took place between the delegation and the stakeholders in Finland. The first meeting, honorable members, was engagement with representatives of the homeschooling sector. The delegation met with these stakeholders in Helsinki. Some joined via the virtual platforms. They made it accessible to all the stakeholders who would join. We met with them in Helsinki, and some were joining from Sweden. One of the things I alluded is that home education in Finland and Sweden is underpinned by religious values. They are concerned about the sexualization of education and homophobia, and thus they decided they want to do homeschooling. So at the same time, predominantly in Europe, homeschooling is banned, especially in places and countries such as Sweden, on the grounds of religious extremism. In Finland, there's an average of 8 to 10 learners per class. Home education is free. However, there are legislative requirements that the government must be informed prior the child is presented for homeschooling. There is also a municipal inspector responsible for the review and determination of learner progress. The government oversees and gives the grades in accordance with the national curriculum, and that the homeschooling education sector that the government schools who are nearby also act as assessors of progression of these learners. That means, therefore, while the homeschooling sector would be in operation, the schools in the government sector nearby, they will be allocated some responsibility to make sure that school X official or government official take care to see that things are happening or not happening in this homeschool. In a way, it's like they're being monitored in that way. Even though homeschoolers are not bound by the national curriculum, however, they must still align with the progression that is at the hands of the government schools. After school, the learners get an opportunity to go to the gymnasium or vocational college. The homeschoolers that were met by the delegation that day did indicate that the homeschooling education does not disadvantage their learners when they exit the system, meaning that after they leave the home education system, they are able to go to VET or also any other place they want to go to. That was a group meeting with the home education sector that we met, which was in a space in Helsinki. Then the first homeschool visit that the committee had done was in a school called Christian Basic Education. The delegation was welcomed by the principal, Mr. Jan. I've been trying to get his name, but it's quite, I can't get through to him. But we did get his name, it's Mr. Jan. A warm welcome at the school. The members were welcomed, were introduced to the educators and the learners. It was a prayer devotion morning assembly. And thereafter, there were engagements that happened at the principal's office. So in accordance with the Basic Education Act of Finland, that's where he started, is that if a child of a compulsory education does not participate in education provided under the Basic Education Act, the local authority of the pupil's place of residence shall supervise his or her progress. So this Christian school in Helsinki is catering for learners from 7 to 16 years old, which centers on their fundamentals of basic education based on Christian values. Learners are learning, they develop skills and character, and also learn to read for full potential. Also that there is an ECD section of the school. The building is a Christian school. The ECD therefore is provided for 6-year-olds. And there are also those who are 3 to 5 years old. The language of teaching is Finnish. However, those whose language is not necessarily Finnish are given a second language, and that is being offered. Learners learning English, those who want to start in English, but other languages being provided, especially the Russian learners as well. They keep up to those learners whose language is foreign, which is not necessarily from the Finnish counterpart, and they maintain that in Finland, the Home School Association does support the school a lot, which is a non-denominational association, and is open to anyone, even those who are not necessarily Christians. They receive grants from the Finnish government and the city of Helsinki. There are no tuition fees or any other compulsory fees. I think also at the time when the principal was citing this, he was, in my observation, indicating some, I don't know, reluctance in terms of expatiating on the kind of grants that they would receive from the government if they would take them. Members then came on board with questions. There were interest questions that members had raised, for example, whether the home education is a key issue in Finland. Does everyone go to a public school? Members also wanted to find out whether there are exceptions where learners will attend public schools, what will be the exit systems and options being available. Also, the members queried the role of the government, what role they play to support homeschooling, and members engaged on whether the home education is aligned with the public schools curriculum. Honorable members, if I have left out any questions during the observations, by all means, we can look into that when we revise the report for adoption. Now, what responses the principal provided is in this section 4.3.2, where the principal responded that most parents send their children to public schools and few parents choose the homeschooling. In some part of Scandinavia, for example, Sweden, homeschooling is not allowed, and therefore there are few exceptions that learners don't attend public schools. That means the majority of learners in Finland are in the main in public schools. Very few are in homeschooling education sector. Learners who exit the system of homeschooling can attend further education. The government does allocate small funding. However, the Christian school then, the parents take the lead in supporting the school financially and in other resources. It's a requirement in Finland to inform the government prior that learners are being homeschooled. You can't just do homeschooling and not inform the government. First and foremost, we inform the government. Officials from the nearby public schools act as assessors of these homeschools. In this picture, honorable members, Honorable Murasetla, during the visit, had shared with the principal the engagement of addressing the learners and educators. This is just a picture in terms of the principal at the school of this homeschooling visit. The next one was a visit to Tampere in Finland. We took a 2-hour drive to move from Helsinki to go and traverse into Tampere in Finland. I will start here, honorable members, with the engagement that the committee had, being led by Honorable Chairperson Mpimo Kigaba, in terms of the stakeholders that we met. The Honorable Consul, Mr. Timo Jokinen, who welcomed the South African delegation at Tampere. The ambassador went through the study tour program with the delegation and shared some historical information about the relationship between South Africa and Finland, and also alluded to protocol to be observed during the official visit, especially the business sector, where a dinner was planned during the engagement and the visit of the members to Finland. This section below then highlights the kind of diplomatic engagement that took place between City of Tampere business stakeholders and also the South African delegation. It was a formal dinner at the City of Tampere, which was hosted by Ms. Lori Savisari, the Executive Director of Education and Culture, and Christina Yavel. I think the budget issues were discussed at the table, the role of the municipalities to support education, etc. Those were engagements. And after the dinner, the chairperson handed over an appreciation to this a collaboration, a gift to the city, on behalf of the representatives who were presenting the city. And the right side is the stakeholders who were present at this engagement, which was of diplomatic nature. Then the next day, there was a visit now to the vocational college in Tredu. This college is a vocational college where learners who leave the schooling system attend this college. It offers studies for the field of where learners that left school, irrespective of whether one is working for the first profession or already somebody is in a career or a learner wants to do a career change, they come to this college to do just that. And they put emphasis on the skills which are practical in nature, and students do some work-based learning in an actual workplace. They made an example, for example, some learners would do forestry because they focus on furniture. Then they spend more time in the forest dealing with the aspects of the forestry industry. Their work-based learning exercises are also dealt with there in terms of the apprenticeship training, and the previous work experiences one would have been coming with to the college is also recognized as a skill, in that the competence which the learners demonstrate through the skills program eventually enables the learner to earn an official qualification. So the Finnish vocational education gives learners an opportunity to apply for further studies or in a university should they wish to do so. Members, before they raised questions, they were interested to find out more about when they start schooling. Then also the issue of the ECT was also raised, and whether Tredu as a vocational college is accommodative of learners with special needs. There was a question on the learner documentations. How are immigrant learners with no documents being treated and being supported? Members also looked at the learner-teacher ratio in terms of the observations. Does the college track back the students after they completed, or do they get any feedback when learners leave? They were also interested to find out how homeschooling learners adjust once they are learning at the VT. In terms of governance, what role do SGPs fulfill? And queried from age 15 to 18, how learners are being taught about teenage pregnancy and how this situation affects the completion of their studies. These, honorable members, were kind of questions which were raised at Tredu. Another question also included the issue of community support, a question as to what roles do municipalities play in the requirement of educators to get a good education, and also the evaluation of the performance of teachers in the classroom. In terms of response, the staff who presented that morning at Tredu responded that Finland provides children with early childhood from 6 years. The culture of getting higher degrees for educators has always been there. Hence, most teachers obtain their master's degree for teaching. The structure for each qualification is the same. Students choose vocational stream curriculum with the support of parents, meaning that if a parent brings a learner to the VET, the parent is playing a very important role in the education of this learner, and that they assist in terms of also ensuring that the learner has chosen the right pathway in terms of achieving the learning objectives. On undocumented learners, such applicants write the test of TOEFL, which validates their language skills, and where they need, in Finland, apparently, they need to have these documents. So there's a process that they take in order to ensure that they bring on board the documents. The student spends time in adjusting to the vocational education. The class size is 20 to 30 in the first term. However, they note that sometimes the class would gradually decrease while others would have gone for practical orientation, maybe in the industries. The same question which was addressing the special education is that when they enroll, they are mainstreamed on inclusive education. So as such, there's no necessarily special focus on special needs, but rather special needs is mainstreamed as part of inclusive education. The immigrant learners get free education as well and are treated as the same as other learners. Homeschooling is not popular. Teacher unions, there's a strong voice for the teachers in Finland, and one of the teachers there was a coordinator in the unions. The next page on the aspect of teenage pregnancy, the staff presenting indicated that in Finland, this thing is not an issue because teachers talk about sexuality education openly from grade 6 to both boys and girls. It's not a taboo. As a result, there's a low birth rate in Finland whereby the appropriate age a woman would give birth is from 30 years. 30 years, they start thinking of giving birth or having children. The most part of their time, they think on education. They think about their careers. They think about stability and then having a child. So young girls get protection pills up to 18 years. Teachers are trusted and there's no need to evaluate them. After this engagement at TREDU, members were taken through the campus, they went through the campus tour, they looked at the classes, they had engagement as far as they can in terms of the teachers who were in classrooms, and thereafter there was lunch at the school premises. The picture below, honorable members, is a delegation at Tampere. The first person on the left is Honorable Consul Mr. Tim Joniken. The second person is Mr. Zuma from the Swedish Embassy, Honorable Adons, Honorable Nodada, Honorable Sondi, Honorable Murad Sehla, Honorable Chairperson, our leader of the delegation, and the two staff members of TREDU and myself in the middle. And that ended off the TREDU visit. Next visit, honorable members, was a visit to Learning Scoop in Tampere. This Learning Scoop is a platform of engagement which looks at empowering teachers through professional development. And this organization focuses on education outside of the classroom. The presenter was Ms. Johanna Javnen Taubert and also Mr. Milton Aldred. Mr. Milton Aldred comes from an organization called Poplar Partners. What Poplar Partners does, they highlight the concept of education system development, where the organization in particular looks at collaboration with other education partners across the globe to look at the aspects of national projects in as far as infrastructure to school is concerned. He emphasized that a learning environment should be such that it's conducive for learning, and how learning institutions and schools in particular should be designed. The design should be also be a multiplicity kind of a design, in that it must take the environment, it must take issues of climate change, it must take everything around the school, the training, the materials, and the student support and well-being. It must be overall. His concept was more of an infrastructure of the schools and the rebuilding of schools. The challenges which they highlighted alluded to teacher resources, in some learning materials not being connected to the curriculum, teachers hardly having time amongst each other in terms of synchronization, and teachers having digital platforms that hinders utilization of popular resources which they will provide to schools. On the questions that members had raised, members asked how was the government assisting with funding. Also, they wanted to know the aspects of the professional development of teachers in rural areas. What role does the Learning Scoop play to ensure that education system produces the kind of teacher that is responsive to the needs of the country. How is professional evaluation of teachers being implemented? The issue of reducing admin for teachers, the aspect of the completion, which is in our case focusing on matric, the focus of the popular teachers with collaboration, if there would be, or the possibilities of collaborating with South Africa in terms of learning resources and infrastructure. Those were questions that the members had raised. On the answers, the presenters responded very positively that every government has money for education. In their case, there's 700 million euros investment, which are committed over the 3 to 5 years. For the vocational sector, that allocation is based on the condition that the VEC is linked to the needs of the industry. That with the model of specialized schools, 17% of the budget is spent, and also they approach donors to generate funding for the development of schools. The popular presenter also alluded to partnerships in terms of collaboration to Rwanda, to Zambia, to Peru, and other countries where they also implement the train-the-trainer model. Finland does not assess or monitor teachers. Teachers are regarded to be highly educated, and the country places high value on their educators. The issue of trust is quite big. So they use authentic evaluation to demonstrate that they apply the skills that they've learned in their teaching practice in their own work. So there's no school inspectors coming to inspect a teacher who's got a 5-year degree. So for admin work, teachers use different forms of tools that has helped them to ease admin burden and to assess the learning outcome of students. It's indicative of the way in which teachers in that country have been trained. And in terms of what they are doing, the presenter said their desired learning outcomes, which are demonstrable on the students themselves. So Learning Scoop and Poplar Partners is keen to link up with the Department of Basic Education, is keen to link up with teacher organizations like SACE, and also is keen to link up with schools in South Africa for possible collaboration. And honorable members, on the dinner with Tampere, I think they can just focus more on the kind of deliberations that have taken place, the South Africa and Finland education system, the discussion on Sustainable Development Goals 4, the municipality role in Finland, Finland Africa program, and the vision of basic education in South Africa and Finland. The members represented the country very well, I must say. It was quite good to see them engaging and understanding the issues that DBE is dealing with and the country challenges that are being presented, at the same time presenting them in a way that says, Finland also learn from South Africa. We are not just here to learn and explore about what you're doing, but in South Africa, there are certain things that Finland has to learn as well. So it was a very nice kind of engagement that I have observed from the back seat where I was sitting. We put up that flag to indicate that it was an engagement bilateral between two countries, Finland and South Africa. The next day, there was a visit to Turku. Now we move from Helsinki to Tampere, another area from Tampere, another 2-3 hours to Turku. The delegation visited the school called Numenpakan in Turku, in the eastern part of Finland. The principal warmly welcomed the delegation. His name is Mr. Jukka Lane. The school picture highlights are also included in the presentation. On the left side, honorable members, the school has got 3 components. The principal's presentation did highlight that, but where we were at one of the schools where he was based. They focus on issues of special support, on intensified support, and general support for the learners. Also, the principal shared to the members and the delegation how their curriculum is structured. Thereafter, there was a class visit around the school. As you see, that passage is the passage in which the members were walking from one classroom to the other. Honorable Chairperson, leader of the delegation, also was interested to look into the nutritional program and the meals for their learners, what they eat. As you can see, the mainly a balanced protein and vegetables in terms of what they were offering for that specific day. Sorry. With regard to the mode of information sharing, the principal had taken the delegation through a PowerPoint presentation. This PowerPoint presentation enabled the members to raise questions on the topical matters, that the school has a component of 71 teaching staff members. Of that 71, there's also 15 that are special needs assistants within their classrooms. They also have a budget of 4 million euros allocated by the municipality of Turku. The school has 3 different units, which is Halian unit, Numni unit with 210 pupils aged between 7 and 13, and Aura Yoki unit with 475 pupils for grades 7 to 9. So it's quite a big school, I must say. It's in the eastern part of Finland. The principal did indicate that most people move into this school because it receives learners from a range of countries. For example, there are learners from Russia, some whose language is Arabic, is Kurdish, Albanian, Ukrainian, Afghanistan, Estonian, Vietnamese, and Somalians. So this school has 30 languages being spoken. One school, 30 languages. Regarding learner support, the school provides support to 151 learners in terms of the learner support. And at this school, they do not necessarily present severe disabilities. However, when a learner needs that kind of individual education, the school makes what is called an IEP to give the learner an intensified support, and that the learning plan then would consider the support needs of all learners. The maximum per class is 10 pupils. Special needs educators are in those classes and available all the time. There is an interesting involvement of parents that is quite critical at this school, that parents come. Parents also, where they can offer subject as mathematics, and in a way, after school hours, when they also come, it's something that is quite useful for the learners. The tuition hours were also specified. It's 30 minutes of tuition per grade. They shorten their days with 24 lessons per week and 30 minutes of homework time, so that children can have time to play. They focused on play and playing outside especially, and that children must be linked with the environment. For social cohesion, there's an anti-bullying campaign at the school where they encourage peace and tolerance. Learners are taught from very young the aspects of peace and being tolerant to other students. It's a value system of the school. Teachers are highly esteemed. The members were told in terms of the teaching profession, and they were regarded as the engine of the community. If you are an educator in Finland, it's you are really creating what is called, you are part of the engine of the community. Again, when it comes to trust, they are trusted by the society, and the Finnish have a very positive attitude towards maintaining that responsibility for teachers who do an excellent job, and that they need recognition in multiple ways. The question that members raised was finding out how long it takes for teachers training. Members asked about the progression of learners in terms of assessment, practices, and values. Members queried how the school employs the teachers and what makes the Finland education system unique among other education systems. And members asked about the strategies applied for teaching mathematics at the school. Honorable members, in response, the principal indicated that it takes about 5 years. The teachers exit with a master's degree. The teaching practice will occur in the first, second, and third year, during which the fourth year, they would specialize in support for learners with special educational needs. That means every teacher in Finland whatever university you go to, once you're in the 4th year as well, you must look into the special educational needs. And then they go abroad and come back in the 5th year to specialize in the teaching subject. Educators are trained on child behavior and are expected to conduct themselves professionally when dealing with children. The school is a place where learners must put trust on the teacher and the teacher being trusted to take care of the learners. On this page, honorable members, is part of the responses in terms of the mathematics, that their strategies that they apply is to looking at the skills and looking at the learners learning differently, most importantly on including science as well as part of the strategies that the department officials are not in place since 1994. That means the educators, when they are being hired, it is a principal that decides on the hiring of the teachers. Then the municipality does the payment and other things. And that schools don't rank against each other, but they look at cooperation. This specific picture highlights then at the end of this meeting and presentation, the school's engagement with the educators themselves, and also an engagement with the practical schools component on the right side of Honorable Modata, and the left side being the entire delegation. That's Norman Parker School. The next part of the report, honorable members, now look at the kind of other meetings that took place beside the school visits. It was a range of meetings. The issues were issues on terms of the global cooperation related to education and development. For example, there was a meeting with Ministry of Education. There was a meeting with the Ministry of International Affairs, Africa Department. There was a meeting with the Deputy Director General, she was represented by somebody else, but the department per se, the Finnish National Agency for Education, which is FinCET. The presenter gave an overview, and another one gave a program on the ECD. A Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Africa Department meeting, the Helsinki Hub in terms of ICT, and then the Finland Parliament. The report highlights those as a series of meetings, so that as the report unfolds further in section 7, we do a snapshot of the conversations that emanated from the engagements. The roundtable, as you see there, honorable members, is a meeting that took place with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Africa Department. They are called the MFA, with the director, Ms. Pirio Stromela, on the first seat over there, followed by the officials that were accompanying her and the delegation at large, starting from Honorable Nodada, Honorable Adons, Honorable Moransehla, Honorable Sondi, and Honorable Mpingo Gigaba on the page outfit there, and the 2 staff members. At the end of the deliberations, honorable members, the chairperson expressed appreciation to the officials at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the embassy officials for the scheduled meeting. And the chairperson, Honorable Mpingo Gigaba, further expressed appreciation for the engagements as coordinated with MFA, and the topics which were covered during the engagements were fruitful and possible for collaboration, and all other members of the delegation had concurred with what Honorable Chairperson of Ms. Mpingo Gigaba had indicated in appreciation of this roundtable setting. The meetings also pursued at the Ministry of Education. The engagement at the Ministry of Education focused on the curriculum aspects in terms of what curriculum streams are available to learners, the policy perspective, the education laws, how they're being amended, the extracurricular programs, and also linking learners with the workplace. The presentation of the presenter looked also at the benefit from the government that is provided to schools and the immigration policies that are in place. and how Finland attracts talent from other countries. And in this aspect, for the next 10 years, that the jobs in terms of the industries was also looking at the issues of labor and technology and issues of vocational training, all these being interlinked. In terms of the flexible learning systems, the requirements of the master's degree, the school days being few in Finland, but at least they try to give a bit more. The learner support after COVID, focus on the teachers and how the system is decentralized and that there are no standardized tests. Those were kind of engagements that were also presented with the Minister of Education. Now, members were interested to find out how the laws were amended in Finland. In what way does the Ministry of Education deals with educational policy reforms, the curriculum streams available, how does it link with the workplace and prepare learners for post-school education? The members also wanted to find out the budget allocated to support the basic education programs, and members questioned the demographics in terms of the population within the education sector. In response, the presenter highlighted that the country has a very low birth rate. However, the health sector costs are huge and is a challenge. On the aspect of immigration, Finland tries to attract talent and there's more demand for students in higher education, and that the government is looking at immigration policies in place. The new general curriculum framework, they have a new one in place, is looking at new jobs that are required for the next 10 years, meaning that they are looking at way beyond 2024. The next 10 years, what kind of jobs the education system is preparing the learners for. That vocational training is linked to secondary education. School days being few, it gives more time for learners to do some work. And immigrant learners being, again, supported. And generally, they make use of technology within the classroom and the teacher's role that teachers are learning. If honorable members are left anything else, we can look into that when we augment the report. Now, from the lessons learned, honorable members, one could note the fact that the contextual needs of a country, there are lessons to be learned about education strategies also in other countries. And fundamentally to the Republic of South Africa per se, there's a need to support our education system, especially on the aspect of teachers, because teachers are at the forefront of dealing with many social ills. The educational experts and the diplomats express the notion that if you invest in the teachers, if you place the investment on teachers, it means the education system becomes stronger. So there's a learning for South African that invest in teachers, professionalize the profession, and strengthen also the qualification of teachers. Another thing, honorable members, lesson learned is that the role of teachers is paramount in terms of the teacher training development and investing them local parents in terms of the profession and the standard of the, while the standard of the teaching may differ in the two countries, there's somehow a collaboration that can take place between the two countries, and the strategies for the Finland can also, they can also learn from South Africa as well. So it's a two-way. The delegation also acknowledges that there are vast differences between both countries. Each country also stand to learn from each other both ways. For teacher development, while the teachers in Finland exit with a master's degree, our own teachers, maybe there's a possibility that we can explore that as a country. There's a high level of training that they receive. The system there also gives the universities an attachment that if a teacher is practicing, there are specific learners who will come, who will be attached to that school for the practicing of the period. And it's something to think about that maybe SAYS should be encouraged to consider the collaboration with the educational aspects for the main benefit of the teacher enrichment. With regards to ECD, that at ECD level, there should be close collaboration with the local municipalities that would enhance the understanding of their role in relation to social cohesion programs at schools, the maintenance of schools, etc. That the curriculum needs should meet the economy and the needs of the communities, that South Africa would need to review the initial teacher training curriculum currently being prepared and the qualifications provided by the university and teaching professionals. Noting what members had said about the FinSED model in particular, all of them agreed that it was a useful model. Maybe DBE may consider collaborating very closely with FinSED for contextualities of making sure that South Africa, in terms of the benefits for ECD, mathematics, science and technology and teacher exchange programs, these are points to be engaged with when the DBE engages with the FinSED model. The next meeting, honorable members, was a meeting in Parliament of Finland. The committee met with the Education and Culture Committee in Parliament of Finland. The delegation in Finland was led by Honorable Tuula Haitanen, who is the chair of the Education Committee, and some members of the Education Committee in that aspect. They warmly welcomed the delegation, and they outlined that this committee deals with matters relating to early childhood, basic education, science, art, and cultural activities such as sport, youth work, and financials for students. In terms of composition, the Parliament is 200 members, elected for a term of 4 years. Members belong to parliamentary groups, and the committee prepares for bills, some legislation initiatives, and other matters for the plenary sessions. The Parliament has 15 committees, which they outlined. Now, on that specific presentation, the chairperson of Finland Parliament highlighted the values of the Finnish education system, the access to early childhood education and care, which is a universal right for every child, the regulation on access to educational goals, the staff-child ratio, staff qualifications, and client fees in the education sector in terms of ECD, the budget, an articulated and integrated system on education, the teachers' development, the national core curriculum, and the aspect of inclusion and integration of children with special needs being mainstreamed within the public schools. Honorable members, the engagement with the Parliament of Finland, as it centered on the education system and contemporary reforms, amongst others, the delegation gained an awareness of how legislation in this country was being done, as members of Finland Parliament shared how they pursued certain aspects in terms of changes to the legislation, how they passed new laws and amendment to existing laws related to the education. To the observations, members queried what was the reasons on reforms. What made Finland to amend or to increase the compulsory age from 16 to 18 years? Members were interested to understand what is the rationale that the lower secondary education, a learner needs to be prepared well for vocational stream of upper secondary education. Finland being one of the best, how does Finland address issues of admissions, language policy, and who decides on the admission and language policy? On the gender perspective, what challenges present between boys and girls in terms of learning outcomes? Is there a need to work on this? Members commented that one of the things to take home is that Finland allows teachers to run the education system. My apology for citing this SGP. There's no SGP there. The schools are run by municipalities. I needed to take that off. On the responses, the Committee of Finland indicated that in Finland, schools are very efficient when it comes to policy implementation and utilization of the budget. The parliament deals with legislation. The ministry attends to policies and funding, and the FinSeed agencies do the implementation. From where I'm sitting, for me, this was the crux of the matter. That when parliament deals with legislation and the ministry deals with policies and funding and the FinSeed, it says there's an integration, there's an interrelation and a collaboration between the three. Something to be learned. The legislation on equity, edu-fee agencies, they provide the plans and they provide the educational materials and information. On the general observations, honorable members, teacher training is strengthened. Professionalization, the teachers are paid very well. They indicated that their salaries are starting from 7,000 euros. If you can convert that amount, you can see how much they are earning. The maintenance of balance of work of the student, the personal life and the work life is quite crucial. The potential for collaboration exists to develop our schools in a bilateral way that they can also learn from South Africa, in as much as South Africa has taken home some key lessons. And for parliament outcomes of Finland, honorable members, I'm subject to correction here. There's an increased awareness and understanding on the issues and challenges facing the education sector in Finland, improved relationships between the Finnish and the other governments in Africa, increased understanding of Finland, enhancement of teacher education, opportunities for collaboration, clarification of youth perspective in terms of the key policy issues in education, and how the policy making processes at the local level also is influenced at an international level. This picture, honorable members, highlights the room where the Committee of Education in Finland met with the delegation of South Africa, which is composed of the Portfolio Committee of Education delegation. This room setup is a committee room of the Finland Parliament, where these legislative engagements were taking place at this specific committee room in Finland Parliament. On the left side, I can explain that it is the chairperson of Finland Committee on Education and Culture with the officials, and on the right side is indicated the delegation being led by Honorable Mpimo Kigaba. Honorable Mpimo Kigaba. After the Finland visit, before I could finish it, there was also a tour around the parliament. There's an official that took members through the tour of Finland Parliament as part of the study tour, so that members can understand the aspects of what is happening in this parliament, the rooms, the plenaries, the engagement with the public in terms of public participation. And also the members were taken inside to one of the major rooms where laws are being passed. It was a spectacular view that members had taken some pictures of that as well. And I think thereafter, the committee had engagement with the FinSeed. FinSeed, honorable members, will recall that it's the agency now of experts that deal with curriculum matters in Finland and also deal with policy implementation. This presentation was done by Dr. Marjo Margo Resanen and also Ms. Päivi Lindberg. In the presentation, the FinSeed agents indicated that the role of Finland in providing solutions to global learning enhances the capacity of education at large. Her input also alluded to the ECD, that there are several partners involved. There are teacher networks and teacher partnerships in different associations, where they also look at mathematics and history. and the dialogue with the teacher organizations. The community as well is being consulted within schools whenever there is space to look into that as a communication channel with the principals. It's quite open with the municipality administration as well. Finland has no district but municipalities, and the curriculum is decentralized. The salaries is managed by the municipalities, whilst the principal will do the hiring. Where there are reforms and new policies, teachers are always part of the process. That teachers also have a voice that is being given through the teacher union, that there's a good relationship of working together. And on the gender perspective between boys and girls, there exist some outcomes which work more for the girls. However, this is something to be worked on. On the national curriculum, sorry, this is the Dr. Rasmussen. This slide, honorable members, there were quite a number of slides, but we took this one because it touched on the aspect of Basic Education Act. It touched also on the aspect of the national curriculum aspects, and we felt that maybe it could feature quite nicely there in terms of understanding what the presentation was all about. But this is just one slide out of other presentations that she outlined. One of the things also alluded is that national curriculum is always the guidance of the municipalities, that every school is a quality school. There's no grade quintile 1, quintile 5. All schools are quality schools. Transport to rural schools is budgeted by the municipality, where every parent should be happy to send his child to a nearby school. At upper secondary level, the child would choose by means of an application form. On the aspect of languages question, Swedish and Finnish are the languages, but on other languages, then the parents decide what is mandatory for them to learn. Key lessons overall, honorable members, is that teachers are being used in terms of, they're using nature. They're using nature as a learning environment. Hence, the lesson plans are such that it's less time in the classroom and more time in nature. Teachers are guided through intensified professional development. Teachers have the autonomy of the subject. The teacher education is based on scientific research, and everything they do is research-driven. Teachers are developers of the core curriculum of their own work. At the same time, learn from others. They support the learning environment in a manner that is also looking at the competency-based curriculum, and to promote a culture of learning amongst teachers themselves. They encourage collaborative learning and teaching methods which are versatile to the learning environment. For ECD, there are also play-based early education programs and care, which is a cornerstone of building learning foundations, that those that are ECE and play-based, they look at them in terms of building the learning foundation of children. Now, what makes the Finnish education system different to South Africa? Looking at the presentation which was done, for the purpose of this study tour, I want here to remark that the objective was not to compare the two educational systems of Finland and South Africa, but to benchmark and learn or share the best practices of both countries. So when you look at this slide, it's not a comparative aspect, but rather areas where Finland is doing something with the rest of other countries. Slide block 1, which is blue, Finland has instruction time which is very low. There are differences between the schools the differences between the schools is very small. That is, for quintile 1 and quintile 5, they don't have that. Schools are schools there. Girls outperform the boys. That means on the gender agenda, they focus on ensuring that the girl child is educated. They are moderate when it comes to cost. The socio-economic the social economy affects the moderacy, and teachers feel highly valued. That is what makes them different from other countries across the globe. That was again a FINCI presentation on the summary of observations, honorable members. This is now coming to the conclusion of this presentation. From what we had started with, looking at the basic education in Finland and where we are at, one would deduce that in Finland, education is publicly funded at all levels. In the case of pre-primary education and general education, the share of private education is only just 1%, and private funding is only accounts to 2% of all expenditure in general. Compulsory education applies to children who live in Finland permanently and have a municipality of residence. That means the municipality of residence provides children with free municipal and pre-primary education. Basic education is provided free of charge, including all school-related materials, the nutritious warm meals every day. Also, the schooling system is such that the school living certificate gives eligibility for all types of learning that children can go to upper education or vocational training. On the curriculum, all schools follow a national curriculum. On free early childhood education and care for 5-year-olds, it's 4 hours a day, and then they begin on the 1st of August and continue learning. On the budget for basic education, the education is publicly funded at all levels. In the case of pre-primary and basic education, 1%, I did mention that, and 2% of the expenditure is done for these ones. Compulsory education applies to children who live permanently. The municipality provides. On the issue of trust and responsibility, teachers work independently and are trusted. Trust is a big issue in that country. There are no inspectors coming to inspect, have done this or that. They are qualified. They should know what they are supposed to be doing. Learners don't sit for formal assessments, no obligatory national testing during basic education. There is no public ranking of each school against another school, this province against another province. It's about cooperation. Learner support. The education system provides guidance and counseling, social welfare and welfare plans. Free meals are offered to every learner, being part of the nutrition program. On learner transport, parents are encouraged to find schools closer to home. But those learners who have to travel more than 5 kilometers, that's where transport is being provided free of charge. I think I highlighted the nutrition there. It's a national school program where children get nutritional meals free of charge. On the inclusive education aspect, Finland puts systems into one in an inclusive approach than just focusing on special schools. So the learners, they are mainstreamed. On the assessment, learners assume responsibility for their own learning. Teachers evaluate according to the progress that the learner has done, and then all grades are given evaluation by the teacher. And that is why there's no need for the national examinations as such, like what we have in South Africa. On the administration of the educational institutions, the national education now plays a role which is 2 levels, the education policy being with the Ministry of Education and Culture, and the FINCID, which is the national agency being responsible for the implementation of the policies. It works with the ministry to develop the educational objectives, quality methods of early childhood development, pre-primary and basic, as well as adult education. With regards to quality of learning and teaching, students spend time studying on an average is 4 lessons a day. 4 lessons a day, the resources are allocated in accordance with the OECD standards, and the commitments of teachers to high ethics is the value of the Finnish education system, as well as including their qualifications. On the legislative reforms, the curriculum of the National Core took place in 2014, while at the local level took place in 2015. However, schools have implemented since 2016. On the ICT, information technology, from grade 1, the teaching inculcates the use of technology. I think that it did indicate in Terco that grade 4 learners, grade 4 learners get iPad from school and grade 7 learners get laptops. Homeschooling in Finland offers and is offered under the Act of Section 25, 26 and 45, and requires that the parents must notify the municipality prior to the child being homeschooled and should ensure that the curriculum is aligned to what that is offered in the public schools. Home education is not popular there. It's not an issue. There are few exceptions. In conclusion, honorable members, the committee, having conducted the study tour to Finland, could benchmark the Finnish education system with the South African system, have achieved the aims and objectives of the international study tour. The delegation came back to South Africa with an understanding of the Finnish education approach, how they deal with language and literacy, numeracy, how they deal with the legislative aspects of education. The delegation came back understanding how the Finland's country deals with early childhood development in terms of ECD, inclusive education, vocational education, homeschooling, as well as global cooperation in educational matters. The discussions for Finnish cooperation in South Africa would be taken further by the 7th Parliament Portfolio Committee on Basic Education for follow-up. Honorable members, the delegation of the Portfolio Committee thanked the Finland Embassy in Pretoria and Sweden for the program developed and institutions visited and the purpose of the study tour, and especially Honorable Timo, who is the ambassador to the Republic of Finland, for the quality program developed in Tampere and Turku with officials. And furthermore, also thank Mr. Zuma, who's based in Sweden, for the support, where he was with us from day 1 to the last day. The presence of the Finland officials during the visit with government entities and other stakeholders, the guidance they provided to understand for the delegation to understand the Finland education systems, and availing their time in clarifying where needed. The chairperson of the Finland committee was also thanked, and the lady took the delegation to the tour around Parliament. In Finland, they use a term called kitios when they say thank you. So special thanks goes to all the people listed here, Honorable Consular Timo, Ms. Kau from Stockholm in the embassy there. She's a councillor political. Ms. Sori Ina, Education and Science. Mr. Zuma in Stockholm, Third Secretary Political. Ms. Salula Tinna, Councillor Political. Ms. Heini Hallinen, Minister of Education and Culture. Mr. Yuka Lane, the Principal of Newman Park. Ms. Kati Atalian, Minister of Education and Culture. The ERCO officials and the IRPD who supported in terms of the diplomacy and protocol. Other thanks goes to Ms. Perio Simela, Mr. Mika of the Finnish Hub, the Parliamentary Committee, Dr. Mayo Rehanisen of FinCET, the educational aspects, Ms. Pavi Lindberg, and others who are not listed, were not left intentionally, but were still also gathering some names. Further, honorable members, the report and the chairperson thank the delegation, all of them, for their participation during the process of engagement, the deliberations they made, and the constructive recommendations made during the visit and the report. Honorable Chairperson also wishes to thank the Parliament of RSA for resources made available for this study tour. In particular, also the approval, our acting section manager, Mr. Dennis Bandi, who also guided how things should be done. The Basic Committee Secretary, Mr. Lou Ellen Brown, moving up and down, trying by all means, we'll be phoning him here and there. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Kekana, the researcher, the concept paper Mr. Kekana developed, we appreciate for Finland, Mr. Madimecha. Kekana, the committee assistant, Ms. Dolim Kosana. Hey, shame, We were calling her every hour and every minute regarding the accommodation and everything else. Also, there were other professional support staff conscientiously who have made some serious commitment to the work of this portfolio committee, having a successful international study tour of the kind that we received. Thank you very much, honorable members. References are the presentations which were shared by these organizations, which we have cited in this report. And the last part is just some suggestions for future study tours that can be undertaken in future. Then at the last end is a program itinerary for when we started, where did we go, what venue, what theme was being discussed from day one to the last day, and also an annexure of the gifts. This is very important for the diplomatic engagements. Parliament has spent money on this trip. We had to explain where the gifts went and how they were presented to the stakeholders and what it was in terms of those boxes that we carried over to Finland. The last page, honorable members, highlights the third annexure, which is a final goodbyes when members were at the Finland Parliament, South Africa delegation with Finland, saying goodbye at the end of the study tour. Honorable members, I thank you very much for listening to this presentation of this report. I thank you also for giving us an opportunity to work with you in all aspects of the committee work and the Secretariat at large for the work that you've done to ensure that this study tour is successful. And I'm feeling very humbled to present this and then value the time spent with all of you. And everything else, if there's anything else to be corrected, we appreciate that, we will do it. And all questions, Chairperson, I would like to hand that now over to you. I thank you, honorable members.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Posh. From the members who went to Finland, anything that you think is missed in the report? Mamsonti, let us welcome you. I know you might have joined because you were part of this delegation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ndiyabulela kakhulu. I'm with you guys. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. No, Tata?
Yo, Chair, there's so much missing in this report. I'm just joking, Chair. Thank you so much, Mamposha, for the presentation. I think it's fully well covered, Chair, in what we experienced in Finland. Again, we're there to learn and benchmark and see what we can take back home. The only thing, I don't know if I've missed it during the presentation, it could have been possible. There's a policy or law that they were recently passing or were considering to make it compulsory for all the children to go to school up until matric. I don't know if that way has been covered, but as for the rest, it's a true reflection of what was there. And thank you, Sposha, for putting such a comprehensive report together, which correlates exactly to what we experienced and everybody who was involved in this particular trip. I think it was a massive learning opportunity for me personally, and I hope it was the same for everyone else. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Advance.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning to everyone in the platform. Chair, I think the report covered almost everything that transpired from the first day we arrived in Finland. Although one of the observations that I made was that during the oversight, more especially to school on our visit, pardon me, is that there were unisex toilets in schools. And I think it's something that we also need to learn from a developed country with a best education system like Finland, that they have moved, to unisex toilets that are used by everyone, not only for learners, but even for educators. Everyone in the whether it was in the TVETs that we visited, also schools and primary schools, you would find that it's unisex toilets, and even during lunch, everybody sits together. One other thing, I think Sis Posh did not mention, she did mention that homeschooling really is not that fundamental in Finland. Even percentage-wise, they will tell you that it's less than 0, something percent. So maybe I thought it is important that just to mention it at that level. With regard with what Honorable Nodada mentioned, I had some in the presentation, but whether it was a law or I would also, whether it was put into law or legislation, I would also want Sis Posh to confirm on it, because they were moving now from the 16 years to 18 years. So I remember we had that discussion, but whether it was now put into law or they were on a process, I did not hear Sis Posh mentioning it in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Principal. Principal. Where is he now?
We left him in Turku.
Honorable Sukers, were you in Finland?
No, Chair, I was not, but I do have a question. I think the report does assist us to see the value of the study tour. So if you would allow me, I just have 2 questions.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know if the committee visited any small or rural schools in Finland, because Finland does have deep rural areas. They have approximately 30% of primary schools in Finland are small schools with about 2 to 4 permanent teachers. So if there was any lessons from that, if the committee visited that. And then also to just ask, Finland has a national core curriculum, and then each school or municipality has the freedom to develop their own curriculum. I saw that Sis Posh mentioned the committee noting the different curriculum streams. So to what extent did the committee examine or discuss the way Finland deals with curriculum? Because this allows the communities to develop a curriculum that meets their community needs. And this flexibility clearly contributes to the success of the Finnish system. Those are my questions, Chair. I have two questions. Thank you.
Okay, Masonti.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. I greet all the members of the committee. Also you, Chairperson. Firstly, you just say you are welcoming me. So I just want to have a little comment about the presentation from Sis Posh. What I learned there in Finland is the trust. You know, the trust there, it's too high. Rather than South Africa. South Africa, we don't trust each other. So there I learned a lot there about trust. Number 2, what I learned about, which is very important there again at Chairperson, is the sexual education, which is compulsory, so that the learners can plan everything to become a parent. In fact, to be pregnant. So it's very, very important also. Otherwise, I want to say to Sis Posh, she worked very hard for us there. Even her report, it was too long, but she managed to bring us all of it. So thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Principal.
Yeah, Chair, I think you can report to Honorable Nodada that I'm back. Because he was worried, he was saying I went somewhere. I did not go anywhere. I'm in South Africa. Look, Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. Baie dankie vir hierdie geleentheid. And at the same time, of course, once more greet all and sundry on this very and all important platform. And maybe for a start, let us say thank you to Mama Posh for this well-oiled and explicit report or presentation that he has brought before us. The trip to Finland, to some of us, was historical. I've been to China, I've been to Canada, not to mention, of course, some African states. But the Finland tour, Chairperson, was an eye-opener on a number of things. I'm glad Mama Posh has almost captured it all. But if I were to ask, what indeed have you learned on that tour? I would say something which could be beneficial to our own country and any other country in the world is their separation of the authorities which manage the education system. Politicians are left with policy making, but the real execution of education left to educationists, people who know and who have studied education. No wonder on our way back or during our stay here, we all converged on one point or the education system in Finland. It's the best. Of course, counting it in the world, not only in Europe or whatsoever, is something to take home. But you see, it is one thing to talk when you have visited, when you are out and say, this is a take home. And it becomes another thing to come and put your observation into practice. Let's hope one time, based on this report as presented by Mama Posh, there will be a revisitation of some kind, so that in that revisitation of her research, at the end of the day, important and those valuable points will come and be implemented in our ditch to present the education system to our own children. Chairperson, there is more we can talk of. And I did not, maybe I was still somewhere, Honorable Nodada. I don't know whether the issue of the stake came into the picture. But in any case, Chair, I'm just pulling your leg, because the stake issue, it appears it followed us and crossed the Atlantic Sea with us. Chairperson, I think I've said a mouthful. Badanki. Of course, a notable thing is that a week after our coming back in South Africa, there was a protest march of women in Finland. I don't know, it's because they saw myself and Nodada. They were saying 1 man, 5 women. Maybe it's because of myself and Nodada. Why the protest after our visit to Finland? Thank you very much, Mudla Studo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Suppose can you just give responses where there were clarities?
Thank you, Chair. I will try. Honorable members, thank you very much for the comments as well as the questions that have been raised. I may not be able to answer all of them, but I will try and answer what I can. And where I'm not able to answer, we will try to refer those to Finland counterparts so that they may also make some contributions. The first question that I took note of is a question regarding the issue of the age in terms of the learners and the legislative aspect. That question, honorable members, the report did address it. Let me take you to page 14 of the report. If you look at the education system of Finland, as structured here, I'm going to point at the left side. There's a bar number 1, 2, 3, 4. Ne? That bar number 4, at the bottom, it reads the duration of compulsory education is going to up to 18 years. That's the first thing about the issue of the age. Now, let's go to page 18. Page 18, in terms of addressing the legislative changes that took place, it does address the issue of, the report does address the issue of the age factor there. Let me read it quickly. This paragraph indicates legislative reforms and then compulsory education. The last statement there says the minimum school leaving age has been raised to 18 years. Before the educational reforms, school leaving age was 16 years. I don't know whether maybe honorable members have seen this one, but on the structure, it is covered. And on the report, also, the aspect of the age reforms was addressed or is addressed in the report. The second question on the aspect of the 0% percentage for the homeschool, Honorable Adons will take note of that. On the unisex toilets issues for the Ministry of Education, perhaps to look into that. I am not a policy planner or implementer at this stage. On the aspect of the rural education, Honorable Sokers, the delegation did visit the rural schools. The reason why the delegation looked at 3 areas in Finland. Helsinki is the city. However, Tampere is and Turku composing some parts of the rural parts of Finland. So an example of the school that we visited, Numen Park in Turku. For us, as we're traveling right through, we could see now we've left the city of Helsinki, 2 hours away from Helsinki, traversing into Tampere as well as Turku. Somehow we did touch base with the rural schools. Let's look at the issue on the discussion of the curriculum. The Ministry of Education input on the report highlights that schools follow a national curriculum. That was a discussion at the table. When all schools follow a national curriculum. However, at the local municipalities are able to determine the local, from the national curriculum, the local municipalities then also have an ability to determine the local aspect based on the national curriculum. And then Honorable Sondi, I think it was a comment. Honorable Morasehla was comment on the stake. At this stage, I'm not going to be able to respond to that as well. I hope I did respond, Honorable Chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we now adopt the report, members, please?
Chairperson,
Thank you, Principal.
good afternoon. I rise by virtue of all powers vested in me to move that this report be adopted as a true reflection of what transpired on that all-important tour to Finland. I thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Madlingozi, you can't second.
No, Chair, okay, Chair, I wanted to ask a question.
No,
Sorry,
let's first deal with this part and finish. Honorable Adwans.
Okay.
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Madlingozi.
Okay, Chairperson Molweni, googling naye, ngicela ususa le video. Chairperson, I just wanted to comment on listening to Usis Posh of the tour. It was a very eye-opening tour, as my colleagues are saying, and of course it gave a very glaring, clear, education, the way that education could be free. Chairperson, this I heard Mrs. Posh talking about the legislative amendments that Finland has been doing, and I wish that the same action could be brought in within our systems of education in South Africa. Seriously, if South Africa was very much serious about education systems, early childhood care, lower and primary education systems, including higher education, would be fully subsidized by the government of South Africa, as Mrs. Posh has been, saying that the tour opened up a lot of eyes. And Chairperson, as you know, Umamusonti has made it clear that if we were united in our country and we were united in protecting our future, the future of our kids, instead of killing the future by having this education acumen being lowered. Chairperson, I'm talking about the ability for the future workers to be able to make good judgment and quick decision making in their working environment, because here in our country we are still dealing with this outdated rote learning system that encourages memorization and everything like that. No critical thinking, Chairperson, is encouraged in our schools, and mostly in Black schools. And I've heard Mrs. Posh that the teachers were well paid, and of course, listening to what Mrs. Posh has been saying, it is very clear that the Finland, the Finnish education system is more in a socialist, it's towards socialist vibrations than capitalist ones. And Chairperson, this Finland tour really should be opening our eyes in empowering the teachers and learners as well, so that they need to protect the education system, which is preparing our kids to be effective in their future. Really, I cannot say it more than this rote learning is by itself ineffective, Chairperson. It is a very ineffective tool to master any complex subjects in our advanced levels of our education. Our future owners, which is our kids, should not be taught how to pass the exams, Chairperson, but to be equipped with techniques of problem solving in all aspects of their lives. Ndiyabulela Sis Posh, ndiyabulela the information that the colleagues went and I hope that the information would be implemented in our country. If you'll still be around, of course.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matlengosi, for those comments. Llewellyn, can we go to the first set of minutes?
Just Portia, I just need you to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. These are the minutes of the 27th of February. We had a Zoom meeting at 9:30. We had a briefing from the DPE on the analysis of the President's SONA 2024. And also we had an updated status report on the ECD migration. And then we've considered and adopted the draft reports. Page 1 is the attendance. And page 2 of the department and our staff, we have opened the meeting and we have welcomed the leadership, which was led by the Director General Muweli. And we had Honorable Murwatsetla, which was seconded by Honorable Moerane. They had adopted the agenda. And then we had opening remarks from the Director General. And then we had the presentation, which was done by Dr. Taylor from the department on the State of the Nation address. And we also had a presentation on the ECD, which was done by Dr. Kotza. And then we had our observations and questions to the department. And then the responses, they were led by the DG. And then we have considered the minutes of the 20th of February. And they were moved and adopted by Honorable Itie and seconded by Honorable Adwans. And we adjourned the meeting at 1:04. Any corrections? In the absence of corrections, can we adopt the minutes?
My chair,
Principal.
my unconspicuous hand is up. I rise to move that these minutes be adopted as a true record of what transpired on that very special day. Thank you.
Honorable Adwans.
I second, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Another set of minutes. These are the minutes of the 5th of March. We had a report from the South African Human Rights Commission on the investigation and inquiry into school uniforms and the over-regulating of appearances. It's a report from the Eastern Cape. And then after that, we had considered and adopted the legacy report and the draft minutes of the 27th of February. Page 1 is the attendance. And page 2 of the officials of the department, which were led by the minister, the South African Human Rights Commissions, and the staff of Parliament. We opened the meeting, we welcomed everybody, and the meeting agenda was moved by Honorable Moerane and seconded by Honorable Adwans. And then we allowed Minister Motshekga to give a political overview. And then we allowed Prof. Matlengosi and Dr. Carter, from the Human Rights Commission to make a presentation. And then we had Mr. Bottoman from the department who had made a presentation from the department in response of the Human Rights Commission. And then we had observations by members. And then the responses to committee by the Human Rights Commission. And then the responses from the department were led by the minister and then the Director General. And then we had adopted the draft legacy report. I mean, we had asked the draft legacy report to be presented. And we asked members to make inputs, and then we were going to adopt the legacy report today. And then we adjourned the meeting at 12:48. Any corrections? In the absence of corrections, can we adopt the minutes? Honorable Morwane?
No, thank you very much, Chair. And I want to move that we adopt these minutes as the true reflection of what transpired.
Honorable Morwatsehla?
Supported.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for the support of the meeting. We had agreed last week that we are going to use the last minutes that we have in this meeting just to say, probably to share our experiences for the term that we had. We cannot run away from the fact that the term is ending. And at this point, I think many members have an idea of whether they are coming back or not coming back. But that is not important. What is important is that this term of the 6th administration is ending, and we managed to be a formidable team of basic education in Parliament. We've managed to do our work, I think, to an extent where we could, and we have managed to share experiences. At some times, we were a nuisance to each other. At sometimes, we were brothers and sisters to one another. And we have traveled these 5 years together. Of course, others, they've joined us in the middle, but we have managed to work together. Get our staff for being there for us. If you remember, members, all of us, or not all, but except for Honorable van der Walt and Honorable Machesi, which left also, we were new in this committee. We were new, we had to start afresh to learn who we are. We had to start afresh to start the work of the committee at a fresh start. But we have managed, we pulled through up to this level where our political parties are busy now with manifestos, and I think all of us, we are busy now fighting the ground and prepare for the 7th administration that will take over the work. I thought that I'll But I think it's important because we are left with only 2 weeks, the following week and that other week. And those 2 weeks, we are going to use them for the annual reports of the department in preparation for the budget process, which I think we must just do to adopt the budget process, and then our work would have been really complete as the department and both entities, I mean, and then our work would have been really complete for this 6th administration. But from my side, I think we had good time. We had really good time with all of you. Probably one could have angered people in a way, and it was not intentional. We are still human beings, all of us, and think we one way or the other, somewhere we would need an advice or we would need a help from each other. And the fact that we have managed to work as colleagues, irrespective of the political ideologies, political parties of ideologies where we are coming from, that did not make us to be less human to each other. I think maybe through the Bella Bill, we have also learned, who really people are, sensitive issues that we have dealt with that has made us to really lose control of who we are. But I don't think that any one of us could have taken anything at a personal level, personally, because after that, we've managed to laugh at each other again. We've managed to be on the road together. We have managed to travel together. We have managed to share jokes together. What was important is that we were representing, our parties, which is understandable. So from our side, thank you very much for your commitment, all of you, throughout this term. Thank you very much for being there, disciplined at times, even if it was not an easy thing to do, particularly when we met, because we did not know each other. We had to learn who we are. We were coming from different environments, but we had made a formidable team. I think we were the best committee in Parliament, or we were one of the best committees that managed to work together. And I think it's very necessary that one, thank you for that. It's very important that one raises that, because as one person that had an responsibility of leading this committee, it was not difficult at all to lead this committee. I think one worked with people that showed maturity, people that of course we would differ where we differed, but I think we were very patient, or rather allowed each other space where it was necessary. So to our staff, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Thank you very much, Ms. Posh. Thank you very much, Mr. Kekana, as quiet and silent as you were, but we've noticed the work that you have done. Thank you very much to Rowena, and thank you very much to Sis Dolly. And I know there is also Usis Ngipsi that fell sick. So we would also thank her, for traveling the journey with us. We hope you will do the same with the next administration. You serve politicians, and politicians in their nature, they do come and they do go. Thank you very much to all of you. Whether people are coming back or not coming back, let the spirit of Ubuntu be with us, whatever we will be after the election. Life goes on. they will be live after these elections. And I think many of us should just remain positive that they will be live after these elections. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if there's any other person that wants to say something. We can allow people to also say some few words.
Chairperson, enkosi
Babu
manje
Ngobo?
ngicela ubulele i-security naye Jabulani.
They are not here, but of course, you know, all parliamentary staff, especially when we held what do you call it, public hearings, all, you know, the staff of parliament, they've helped us in such a way that I don't know those that were really traveling at night. I think they are the ones that need to do a most of thank, because they arrived safe. That's what is important, back to the hotels. You know, we couldn't do anything well without the help that we got from everyone, from the parliament, but also from everyone, from ourselves. Thank you very much. I see Ubabu Ngobo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Most of the things that one might have wanted to say have been said, and actually, I would not even have raised my hand because I've got a feeling that one might get a tendency of simply repeating what you so kindly said and we so eloquently and representing all of us. Yeah, well, I was with the committee a long time ago. I just want to show my face because there are other colleagues who do not know me well, like Brother Matlingos, we met once a committee and Sister Sunday. Look, Chairperson, there's only one thing why I raised my hand. You have said it all honestly. We worked so well as a committee, and a portfolio committee is always very complex to chair because, I mean, you are responsible for people who come
Who's
from
lost now? Is it
different
me or
political
Babu?
parties.
We lost you, Mapoloba.
It's you, Chair.
Oh,
Did
it's
you,
not.
Oh,
Chairperson?
sorry then. Okay.
Yeah, Chairperson, where I was I was actually saying, I mean, the portfolio committee is a very complex platform because there you chair, I mean, people from different political parties and therefore different backgrounds, cultures, traditions, ideologies, you said, different everything. And of course, there are commonalities as well. But I just wanted to say you did a lot of work. I only raised my hand to thank you because otherwise it would be incomplete. All the other things I'm not going to repeat because you put them so well. I do feel that indeed there were difficult times, and one of them you quoted, it was during the Bella Bill. Otherwise, it was just differences in our opinions and so on that we had to put forward. But you were fair to all the members, all the honorable members. Generally speaking, Honorable Chairperson, and please know it. I'm saying it from the bottom of my heart. I'm telling you the truth. And you could be tough also when circumstances dictated so. Maybe I would have done it more. I know when you have to wear different caps at different times, but also maybe, which is the last one, about yourself. Chairperson, I'm sorry, I'm speaking as if I'm addressing you directly, but yeah, well, I wish it's okay. there are times when you had to mingle with all of us, mingle with us, take off your hat of being the chair, sing with us, dance with us if maybe we were away in the mini buses and so on. I mean, it was lovely to be with this group, this portfolio committee. So I just wanted to say that actually thanking you. I wanted to direct this to you because you had said everything about the other colleagues. In particular, I was fortunate. It's good that one worked with people of different ages. They knew the averagely aged members there. Of course, there is one elder, which is Mura Settler, Honorable. I think I fitted very well with the youth. It was so nice. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
done, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Babu Ngobo. Honorable Madlingozi.
Chairperson, I think thank you very much, Chairperson. I joined the portfolio committee on the last year of the term, and the warmth and accommodation I received in all the from all the colleagues and especially from you, Chairperson, is more than I can explain. Thank you, and thank you very much for allowing us to be able to express ourselves to our, it's yes, I am, concurring with you that this was the best portfolio committee that worked as a one unit. And thank you to all the colleagues that allowed me to be able to say and think freely about who I am and my organization. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the colleagues, the admin department, also the visitors online today. Well, all of you know that I only joined as Ringo Starr. The Honorable Madlingozi said I only joined in August of 2022, and I was very fortunate actually to join this Basic Education Committee. I'd come from local government 13 years, and so this was completely new. And I feel that it's then very fitting also that I thank the members of this committee who was always willing to give me some notes or advice on all technical matters relating to basic education, as I had to do a lot of catch up to be on par. And then also a big thank you to the support staff of the department, Ms. Portia, Ms. Dolly, Mr. Kakana, as well as Mr. Brown, for all the support throughout half of this term for me specifically. I think we also know that a lot still needs to be done in basic education, as much as we reflect on the achievements, or some achievements that there was. So we need to acknowledge that there was also areas where this department have fallen short. Basic education is not an optimal level for every learner in South Africa, and that must remain a main goal. Infrastructure, quality teaching, and mother tongue education must become top priority. As everyone knows, also, I'm not one to mince around words, and I can be very straight to the point, and I can actually say something about each and every member of this committee. And I can actually start with you, Chairperson. Chairperson, what I learned from you is that the love for your family must never go away. How we had discussions about how you actually took care of your mother when she had fallen so terribly ill. That's something I do admire, that you make space and time for your family. And then also to Honorable Sukkers, her faith in her religion and the support base that she has is quite admirable. Then also Honorable Morasetla, I think the mispronunciation of your surname, the fact that you love your all-important committee meetings, and also your love for your province, Limpopo, is very, very telling of the person that you are. Then Honorable Adwins as the whip, a very strong woman, strong opinionated, but also very soft in her relationship with people and the little secrets we share about your beloved Cookie. And then on Honorable Letsia, also your love for your daughter, how you can sit for hours in your car with your daughter and having the discussions about life in general, and that's something that shows a softer side. Then also Honorable Yabo in his absence today, the fact that he's a teetotaler, and also the fact that he loves reading and loves history is also a very good, I think, a good trait to have. And then also Madlingosi, Honorable Madlingosi, it's a bit of a starstruck situation when you have a celebrity in your midst, but also, you know, your human side, whereby you can sing to someone on their birthday in wishing them a very happy birthday. And then also to Honorable Van der Walt, in her absence, for all the support that she had given me, being the longest standing member of this committee. And also then finally, I don't think I've left out anyone, is Honorable Nodada, who is possibly one of my best friends and a very good mentor. I also specifically wanted to thank him for what he has done for me in this last term. With those few words, Chairperson, thank you to this committee.
Have I been so bad?
Mapoloba. Next is Honorable Morwane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and also to indicate that what you have just said has covered me fully in terms of how you have given the message, in terms of the work that has been done. I want to appreciate your good self and also appreciate all members of this portfolio committee, the secretary and the entire staff for the welcoming and the warmth that you have assisted me to feel at home and also be able to interact and also work with you warmly for these few months that I've worked with you. I want to appreciate Honorable Chair. I felt like I've started with you in 2019, the way you have welcomed me and also the way you have made me to feel part of the portfolio committee and part of the family, and wishing well all of us, including the minister and the deputy minister in absentia and the DBE led by the DG. Wishing you all well. May the Lord be with all of us, because he knows what he has planned for each and every one of us. Thank you so much, Chairperson, for this warmth and the whip. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adwins.
She has actually.
I'm here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I thought by this time I could have been somewhere else, so I requested the principal to speak on my behalf, but I'm here, and I feel that I also have to convey my gratitude and appreciation to each and every one of you, starting with you, Chairperson. We thank you for your leadership. Maybe one must begin there. If it wasn't of the character of the person that you are, I believe this committee could have collapsed a long time ago. We've never had disagreements that were, unnecessary or even things that you cannot handle. You always knew how to manage and handle whatever circumstances that faced our meeting. So even challenges that we came across, we have seen mainly during our Bella Bill processes. That is where we saw our true character as individuals and also as politicians, to be precise. But thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you so much for accommodating us and always listening to our views. And thank you very much for members of the committee for tolerance. In particular, we're very tolerant with one another. We're very patient with one another. We're very respectful to each other. Those are the true values of family, if I may put it like that. We worked very well together as colleagues. Even though those ones that have left the committee, we have Mama Shabalala, who passed on in 2021. May her soul continue to rest in peace. She was a very calm woman. She was very, firm in her putting a position. We had also been joined by Honorable Machete. She was one tough lady also that was in our committee, who was always opinionated and will want to put her views and a point, whether we like it or not, even though she was opposition, but we managed to work very well together. She also left the committee. And Mr. Siwela, a very, very cool and very calm member that we had in our committee, but very firm. We really appreciated her commitment. He never missed any meeting. He never missed any oversight. Even during public hearings, he was always present. So our commitment to this committee, really, it was one thing that we all, I believe, we pride ourselves with. Let me thank Honorable Mwasetla, our very own principal, the one and the only principal in the 6th Parliament. One character really that even when you are alone at home, when you think about him, you just laugh. You just laugh as if you are crazy. People will not even understand, why are you laughing alone? The experience, most of the things that we learned from you, Principal, you taught us a lot of things. Honorable Fansel talks a lot about you and the love of your province, even the love of your SADTU, your union, where you come from. So we really appreciate you for that. Babu Ngobo, Mapoloba, thank you so much. You are a highly respected man in your organization, and you never even felt us make us feel less of a human because of the leadership position that you hold in your organization. You are always amongst us. You are always sharing with us, whether we're eating, we eat together with us, whether we're traveling, you will travel with us. And also some of the experience that we've learned and you shared with us. We thank you so much, Mapoloba. Thank you to Honorable Nodata, the young man that joined us, young honorable member that joined us in the middle of the term. Thank you so much for, your toughness. You always make sure that you want to put your point. You want to represent your party. You also want to represent the community at large that I believe brought us together in this committee is the people that we serve, and you'll always represent them the best way you know how. Thank you so much for bringing that energy in our committee. Thank you to Morena Litiye, the son of the principal. You also joined us in the middle of the term. You brought also a positive energy, the jokes that you always crack in the middle of, a very tense meeting. You'll always make us to listen up. The advice that you give, as young as you are, we appreciate all the efforts, your commitment to the work that we were doing. We had to juggle between the meetings of different committees. Your leadership position also did not make you to undermine us as members of the committee. So we thank you very much also for the respect and the discipline that you've shown all through the years. Honorable Yabo, thank you so much. You were also with us from the beginning as an alternate and eventually joined us as a full-time member, also had to juggle between committees, but you always prioritize basic education and the commitment that you had in making sure that you do your work, also appreciating you as a person who's firm, as a person who's well opinionated, as a person who's very wise. And as young as you are, you would always put up, advices. I know how they appreciated you in oversight committees when you visiting schools, when you visiting provinces. They will always, take some of the advices that you give and also we give as a collective, but they really appreciate it, and yourself, and also some of the good work that you have done in this committee. Libalabani Tatuma Ringosi. And as the thing, when I think Honorable Pansel, when she said you sang for us, I think you particularly sang for me. That one, it's one of the songs that is unique on its own because it has my surname when you sing on it. So thank you so much, Butuam. Thank you so much for always being part of us. We never felt that Uringo Madlingo Sotulayo. We saw you as part of an honorable member that is doing an honorable work of representing the people of South Africa with wearing his cap of EFF. So thank you so much for your commitment. Also, you could have chosen to do other things. You could have chosen to prioritize other committees or whatever, but you prioritize our meetings. You are always available. You're always there participating, contributing positively, even, agreeing with us when you see that really we are being presenting or representing, our people the best way we know how. So thank you very much to everyone. Honorable Fansel, I will never, ever gossip with you. I will never, ever tell our little secret with you because you say them in public. Now millions of people know what we were discussing here. But also thank you so much. I've learned a lot from you. The love and passion you have for food and cooking. I'm sure one day we'll eat at your restaurant because wow, you really know your stuff. And also when Chairperson will tell you when we're in Finland, we said, hey, we must take pictures for Marina, the plate, how it is, well done. I will just take a picture just for you so that you see how other people are also, appreciating, food. So thank you so much. You are a very easy person to be with, to communicate with, to work with. We worked together up until to our oversight in Limpopo and KZN. We were like sisters. We did the work of the committee, the work of parliament. We're not there as ANC, we're not there as DA, we're not there as political parties. Where we saw mistakes, we spoke about them, we told them this is wrong. And where we saw good things that they were doing, we appreciated them. Those that were performing very well, we appreciated them. And those that were not performing very well, we also encouraging them to do well. And we did that together as a team. I really do appreciate that because as a team, we managed to take or put our differences aside and work as a collective. Sis Portia, I think you are one of the anchors of this committee. You and Mr. Brown, Mrs. Toli, Mrs. Nepsi, who left. If it wasn't you guys, I don't know where we could have been. Mr. Kekana also. We met the first time, our first meeting, our first encounter, it was with you and Mr. Brown. So you take us through where, we're new in Parliament. So you managed, to, work with us as if we were there from the word go when the Parliament was started. But when the 6th Parliament, you felt that you make us feel that were very important. We will also carry us through, and you did that very well. And we thank you for that, because if it wasn't for you guys, really, I don't know how other committees are working, but we are saying all these things that we managed to pull through. We managed to finish the term without any hassles because of you, because of the support that you provide to us, because of the support that you provide to us as individuals to make us a team. We're a team, we're a commendable team because of you. So we thank you very much for all the hard work, for all the sleepless nights, for all the days that you have to spend working away from your families, you know, away from your loved ones, away from your friends. You made time and make sure that all the good work that is in the basic education, that is recognized in Parliament, in the country and all over. It is the work that is being done because of you. So thank you very much. Also, one must thank and appreciate the work that we did with the department, led by Minister Motshekga and DM Mohaule. You know, we thank them also for their leadership role that they've played. We have never struggled really with anything, whether it's documents. If anything is not properly done, we raise our concerns and then they're addressed. If there are, you know, challenges that schools are facing, provinces, for example, the issue of pit toilets, where all of us were fighting with them. The issue of infrastructure, we're all fighting with them as the portfolio committee. There was not a particular person or a particular political party that was raising issues and they were not addressed. Even issues that were addressed by Honorable Sukers, you know, of closure of schools and so forth. We would come to the committee, we'll call the department, and they will come and, you know, assist us, explain to us, or resolve them as and when there's a need to do that. So we thank you so much also for being part of us, because we have never been us and them. It was always being us as the committee and them as the department working together, holding them accountable and respecting us to come and account as and when we call them. So thank you very much. Whoever I forgot, my apologies. Mamurwani, Mamfundiswam, thank you so much. To me, I don't know, I feel like there's an angel that was also brought to us. You're always, you know, godly, you know, in whatever you say, in whatever you do. You always speak positive, you always speak life. You always, you know, bring that positive energy amongst us. So thank you so much. If in the little time that we met, but we have worked together, you have managed to, you know, gel with us and move with us with speed. So thank you so much, and I wish all the best for all of us. Those that are coming back, those that are not coming back. As you said, Mamurwani, that God has a purpose and knows our purpose as individuals, as people. So I'm hoping that all of us will prosper. I pray that all of us will meet in the near future, will be together in one way or the other. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Masonti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to say these few words to you. We just met shortly in your committee, in fact, in that study tour, but I want to appreciate you and your team. You know, Chairperson, we are learning all the times, but in this committee, or else in that tour, I learned a lot, and I wish this chair must spread to all of us in South Africa. Thank you to the members of this committee, and the staff are also so kind to everybody. But I just saw them in a short time of space. Good luck in the coming elections, Chairperson, those who are coming back and those who are not coming back. They must enjoy their life with their families. Enkosi, ndiyabonga kakhulu, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sukers?
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, again. I just want to extend to every single person that is on this platform and that I had the pleasure of getting to know during this term, extend best wishes, really, and that it goes well with you. That it goes well with you and that the best that God has for you, that it comes to fruition in your life. Politics in general is a difficult thing. And I think our ideological differences clearly came out during the Bella Bill, and the principles that we fight for is different. But I think the one thing that everyone here expressed now, which is the humanity that we human beings, I think that is the greatest value, really, for all of us to maintain. So I just want to wish people well and to say thank you for working together on the road. Thank you for the differences. Thank you for the very difficult times. It has certainly assisted me to grow more personally, to grow politically. So for that, I say thank you. I think in the book of Proverbs, it says, as iron sharpens iron, so one person another. So for me, I want to say thank you for the growth and for the lessons and for the very, very tough times, which is the best times to grow. For that, I am extremely thankful. So I trust it goes well. All the best with plans, those that are coming back, those who are not coming back. May God richly bless you and keep you in health and in peace, and your families as well, especially because it was so tough for us during this term, being away from home. I trust that it goes very well with your families and that God will richly bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal.
My beloved chairperson, nobody would say parting is like a sweet sorrow. We meet to part, we part to meet. May God be with you till we meet again. Say hallelujah.
Amen. Amen.
Hallelujah. Principal.
Amen.
Yeah. You see, Chairperson, thank you very much. Baya thank you for here the client Afrikaans, because basically I'm a product of Bantu education, Honorable Nodad. You see, Chairperson, we met immediately after being sworn in on the 22nd of May 2019. We acclimatized after having been deployed into this all-important portfolio committee on basic education. And we worked together for almost the entire 5 years. It would have been naive if anyone would rise up and say, we have agreed on everything. Because that is not how life is framed. If you want to believe in what I'm saying, as a marriage counselor, go to any couple and ask them if in their marriage time, whether 5 years, 2 days, 10 years, 15 or 50 years, they have lived without some differences of some kind. The lesson I've learned, Mama Chairperson, I have learned in life is that the hallmark about life is that you don't live with other people because you agree on everything. Rather, simply because you agree to differ where necessary. And if you learn at that corner that we differ to agree and agree to differ, you will avoid being personal and take life as and when it unfolds. Mudula studio, Irikiri, Richies Magasi. Really, we owe our special thanks to the entire team, Basic Education, and this portfolio committee. It has been a marvel of an experience to meet you people from different backgrounds with different characters. Politically led by the minister herself and the deputy minister, the DG with your team, Basic Education, always available when summoned to this all important portfolio committee. The parliamentary staff, fellow honorable and portfolio committee members, and all staff also coming from the team, Basic Education. Maybe, Chairperson, it is also important to indicate that in the end, in as much as we appreciate personalities, we should be able to give you the necessary applause. Say special thanks to yourself as our leader, the chairperson, the Iron Lady. Your patience as displayed of recent. Wabona Mudula Stulo, when you started, you were very impatient. Impatient with everybody, including impatient with yourself. But with time, how you matured. You matured to an extent, even if a person would speak, myself and Honorable Nodada, you would keep quiet and listen. With everything we said, good or bad, you would accommodate. You are so accommodative. The maturity displayed, especially when this house was on fire, is something to take home. Last but not least, I'm a Lubedi by birth. That's my mother tongue. Though not yet loaded as the 13th or the 14th official language, it is the only language and the Swahili which are still hanging in limbo. But the Constitutional Review Committee has given them a nod. And let's hope the 7th Parliament or the 7th administration will bring the whole thing to finality. Kakilo bedi, vari bubedi, kike koma, and the bubedi, bubolano. Mapoloba, my beloved brother, I will explain this on another day. Don't forget that you are still owing that all-important royal visit. We are waiting for you. Maybe as I conclude, Chairperson, let me say, I heard people saying, of course, it's a question of life. There will be those who will be coming back, and there will be those who will not be coming back. But I want to put it in a summary way from the pastoral point of view and say, to those who may not be making it to come back, everything happens for a purpose. Everything happens for a purpose. May the good Lord richly bless you. Maybe even before I call upon this blessing, I must indicate that Commissioner Madlingos and Honorable Mashabel, Honorable Van Zeyk, Honorable No Doubt, Honorable Ngobo, Ubaba Mapoloba, Mama Sukers, and fellow study group members, Mudimu, Aritide Obote, Kaulok, and I thank you.
Oh.
Thank you so much, our principal. The son, it's here.
Chairperson, am I audible?
Very clear, son.
You are.
If they don't want to respond, the father is here to respond. Fire on, son. Like father, like son.
Because my father started with a song, I think it's only fair I also do the same. And I enter by saying, awuhithile mabhoza, awuhitha bomageba, noma singena. Jealous. Yababona bani jealous.
The night shift is entering.
Commissioner
No.
Madlingos.
What's happening now?
So Dlali Rosmodra, Sambena, Bomuska. Now, on a serious note, Chair, I'm going to speak for myself and Honorable Yabo for at least for the next minute. He could not join now because of network challenges, but he said I must send you guys a message that we shall meet again. All the best to all political parties contesting elections, and we wish you well. Those who will not do well in elections, ningakosi civil war, and don't threaten people. Let's have free and fair elections. That is his message. Myself, Chairperson, I joined this committee in 2021. And when I joined this committee in 2021, I was impressed by how well different political parties with different ideological orientation put that all aside for the best interest of a South African child in our schooling system. Before I joined Parliament, I always thought in Parliament, all you do is to fight. In 2019, when I arrived, I realized the media in this country doesn't tell us the truth. I saw it for myself that indeed we're all human beings, only aligned differently politically, but we have the best interest of South Africans at heart. We may disagree on how we believe that must be achieved. I want to appreciate all political parties representatives who have served in this committee. The other member who used to serve here, Honorable Aduans, is the president of the ANC Youth League, President Colin Malachi, who also served in this committee. Dedicated his time to serve this committee as young as he is. I'm sure we're all proud that he is today the president of the biggest youth movement in this country. I know I don't want to speak politics, but yeah, he has done well. We wish him well as well. Yeah, Mam Sukers, maybe let me start with you. I got to know Mam Sukers very well when we're doing the Bella Bill. And Mam Sukers, you know, is a mother generally. I call her Mam Sukers because she's a mother, had advices to myself, Honorable Nodada, Honorable Yabo, on the following morning, every morning when we are going to a different location. because the Bella Bill was really stressful on our bodies. All we needed to do was to sleep when we got into the car, not with Mam Sukers there. Mam Sukers will wake us up just to give us advice. You know, and we'll tell her, Mam Sukers, I think the advice is good, but can we get it when we knock off? Because at this point, all we just want to do when we're driving from Kwaadwa, for an example, for 3 hours to our next destination, all we just want to do is to sleep so that we're fresh when we get to our next destination. Like a mother she was having none of it. She would give us that advice. And out of the 3 that I've mentioned, I think I'll be the only one who takes it, because at night, both Yabo and Nodada will be doing the very same thing that Mam Sukers was telling them not to do that morning. So I really appreciate the advice, Mam Sukers. I just hope that next time, at least on the advice part, we start giving advice after 1 p.m. when we are fully awake. Honorable Van Zyl Marina, thank you very much for working with us. You know that our relationship did not really start well. I think we just had personality clashes at the beginning. I'm happy we managed to resolve them. Chairperson, there was one time when we were going to Mpumalanga and we were at OR Tambo at the Slow Lounge, waiting our flight to Mpumalanga. And so I was talking to Honorable Nodada, and I made a comment referring to Honorable Nodada and Honorable Ya when I said, you people are a problem. So the only thing Honorable Marina Van Zyl had was that you people. And then she came on top of me like a ton of bricks, saying, who are you calling you people? She may have thought that I was referring to her political party. But we managed to resolve our Smolanyana issue. On the EFF, this term that is ending, would have had many representatives in this 6th parliament. Many of them are no longer with us. We wish them well as well. But Mam Sonti, we also wish you well. I've not really spent a lot of time with you. I've known you before with our engagement in the full sitting of Parliament. Wish you well there. And to Tatrengo Madlingos, my brother, I wish you all the best as well. We've had the best of times together. We met kahle when we were dealing with the later stages of the Bella Bill. Liked your energy that you brought in the committee when we're dealing with the Bella Bill issues, together with Tatmanye, when we're being attacked there. I remember, Chairperson, when we were supposed to adopt clause by clause, and I fell sick. And my doctor, I went to see a doctor on a Monday, and my doctor refused me to travel and said, wants to come and see me on Tuesday. And I could not come to Cape Town on a Tuesday. And there was some fiasco where people walked out, including my friends, who walked out so that the committee does not adopt. On Tuesday morning, I arrived with, on Wednesday morning, so I arrived with an army. Were 3. It was myself, Honorable Mani, and Honorable Madlingos. And immediately I saw everybody else who had walked out. All of a sudden, they had patience to sit down. On a lighter note, the meetings went well from that. That Madlingos, Minanawe, you know, were artists. So sometimes when we go out to sing at night, when we come back, Honorable Chair will accuse us of going out to dance, to parties, even though we had gotten ourselves booked, you know. And Honorable Nodada would have been hired as a driver at night and a bodyguard. So he would suffer the same consequences. Chairperson, I think it is the time to say we're not doing any ungodly thing. We're just going out to perform ourselves as artists there. Thank you very much, that Marun Madlingos. Tisho Unobhalo Mkhulu, who's also Tisho Mkhulu, Mapoloba, Babungobo. Thank you very much as well for the fatherly advices that you would have always given us. I would really appreciate them. The only time I think, Chair, I did not appreciate being around Babungobo was when we were doing oversight, I think last year, January, late January in KZN, when I saw a full team of his bodyguard present with guns I've never seen in my life, not even in movies. That was the only time I did not appreciate being next to him, because I was just scared of the bodyguards that he had there. But we really appreciate everything that he has done for us. And Mam van Wyk, we also have Van der Walt, Mam van der Walt. We've had a love-hate relationship with you from the beginning. I think, Chairperson, if you remember when we were doing oversight in the Northwestern Free State, I think it was in 2022. And when we got to one school, we had to call a committee meeting because things were not going well. We're fighting. With Mam van der Walt was saying, maybe let's not drive with the blue lights or being escorted, because according to her, we're driving fast and she's driving herself and all of that. We had to call a committee meeting. And myself and Honorable Yabo, at that point, we had lost it because we felt that we had too many schools to go and see. We needed to be in all those schools that we wanted to be at. And we can't make those kids wait, especially in the afternoon when we're supposed to meet them at 2 and we only arrive at 4 p.m. We felt it was unfair to the teachers and the learners who would have been at school from 7 a.m. And but we did iron our issues out. I will not go into details of what really happened. But after that, I think our issues were ironed out. And then Maybe one thing, Chairperson, when I speak about my study group members, that I'm sure other political parties represented in this portfolio committee will agree, is that even when we had our study group meetings to prepare for the portfolio committee, there was never an instruction, Chairperson, from either yourself or Honorable Whip to hide anything which may have went wrong. Your counsel and leadership was always, to remind us why we're doing what we're doing, which was to put the best interest of teaching and learning first, the best interest of teachers, best interest of learners first. So even when there were challenges, there was never an instruction that we got from yourselves to say, let's go and defend this and that. And I'm sure political parties, Chair, who are represented or who have served with us here, they do have that appreciation that the ANC component of the study group never came with an instruction to go defend X, Y, and Z. Contrary to sometimes how they present issues in Parliament. We understand that is now politicking, but realities, they know the truth. I want to appreciate your leadership, Chairperson, always calm. In fact, I've never disagreed with you once since I came to this portfolio committee in 2021. Maybe people, before they get confused, I'm not saying I've always agreed with you, but I'm saying I've never disagreed with you. So where we're not agreeing, we did find a way of resolving the smaller disagreement. That is why we have never disagreed with you. Really appreciate your maturity. For your age, Chair, I think you are well matured. You've led this portfolio committee very well. I don't think if it was led by myself, I don't even think we'll be doing what we're doing now. We'll not be speaking to one another here, many of us. So we really appreciate your leadership, your counsel, your calmness. You've really, I've learned tons and tons from yourself. Honorable Whip, thank you very much, Mwanesu, for the counsel as well. The leadership that you have shown, making sure that all of us, the ANC component, attend the portfolio committee. You made sure that all of us, you'll call us a night before to remind us, to tell us that we are all attending this meeting, whether we are from a conference or we are not from a conference. We will make sure that on Tuesday morning at 9:15, all of us have joined the meeting, unless one is not well. And thank you very much for that. You have shown leadership. You have led even, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in the study group. I don't think there's anybody who can boast about that except yourself. Thank you very much. Mam Morwane, thank you very much. I've also known you for a short period of time. But because sometimes, I'm a very strong Christian. Mam Sukers, can you hear Mam Sukers? I'm a very strong Christian. And when you came and I wanted to instill the Christian principles in myself, it was very easy for us to click. Thank you very much. You're a person that I'll always respect. All my life. I will not also go into details on some of the things that you would have taught me. Principal, my father, I do not know what to say to you. what I've learned from yourself, I can never unlearn. You would have taught me many things in life, taught me many things in the education space, and the fact that my mother was also a principal. You know, it was very easy for at least for you to speak to me, because I think there's a forum that has not been disclosed of teachers and principals, that they speak the same way to their children, and therefore it would have been easier for you to speak to me as if you would have known me forever. To the committee staff, Mam Toli, Ntate Kekana, Mr. Brown, Memo Chokwane, thank you very much. You have carried us. The committee looks like a well-oiled machine because of you. You have done wonders. You have made the committee shine, and we are forever grateful, you know, for having met you, your professionalism, and all of that. It was not always rosy, but you colleagues helped us. All the best to everybody, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I was speaking for myself and Honorable Yabo. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lotata. You really spoke for two people. Yeah. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Chair. I can 100%
No,
promise.
no, that I must not speak for three people now. My
Yeah,
battery is about to die.
I can be 100% sure that I won't be as long as Honorable is here. But Chair, I just want to say to all colleagues, like, really an absolute thank you from my side. I know after Honorable Malachi left, I was probably the youngest member of the committee, and I joined in the heart of COVID. And I was so impressed with, you know, the amount of professional welcome from you as colleagues, as well as the team from the department, the entities, and the staff from Parliament. And I just want to start by saying that I know personally I've got a personal relationship with every individual in the committee, from the staff component of SIDE and all of you as colleagues. And I just want to start by the staff to say thank you to Ntate Kekana. I know we've had like a lot of chats, you know, during either breakfast or dinner, and we'd have conversations generally about, you know, politics and life, and, you know, some loopholes in the department, and seeing some of the reports and how he does his research. And actually yesterday I was doing my survey to Parliament and reporting about the research assistance that we've gotten as a committee. So I want to say thank you to you, Ntate Kekana, and I learned a lot, you know, from you personally and your own personal experience. And I guess, you know, being in the platform of Parliament, you get to also know people personally. Mamposha, thank you so much as well for your assistance. You know, you've always got a motherly response, very firm, especially if you don't agree with something. But I really want to thank your professionalism, despite everything, and, you know, your strong sense of spiritual belief, you know, in things. And when you see, you know, solid advice on certain things, it reflects in your work. So I really want to appreciate that from you. Mr. Brown, thank you so much for for taking my after hours calls, my WhatsApp messages, sometimes abusive emails, to, you know, to get some information from you. But, you know, the level of professionalism is really commendable, and I think we've got a very good, you know, system of staff members in this institution, and I really want to thank that from you. So Stoli, that goes, you know, without saying to you as well, you know, from a logistical perspective, when you need to give assistance, very soft spoken, you know, very helpful, and you would also take my calls and my changes in the middle of the night. So I really want to appreciate, you know, the staff component of Parliament, you know, the media office that always keeps us on our toes. So I really want to thank the staff component. And then, Chair, I just want to say thank you so much for, I think you're probably one of the people that I've had very strong and deep conversations with outside of politics, you know, about family and just experiences in life. And, you know, getting perspective from other people that no, man, these things that we come across in life, we don't only just face on our own. Your level of patience is something else, and it just goes to show even with the previous speaker. And it's something that I've taken on board, and to say, I mean, if I was chairing the committee, I wonder if I would have patience to listen to myself speak. And I just want to appreciate your level of patience, and always trying to create, a fair environment. Despite the little moments you lose your fuse and then dig private. But generally, I think, this committee has been, chaired in a way in which we are all able to express our views, regardless of whether we are in the opposition, or not. Honorable Adwans, thank you so much for your firmness. One thing I've learned from you is that if you ideologically believe in something, no matter who says what, you'll stand firm in that. And if it means that you must shift your face and make sure that people understand where you stand on something, then that must be very clear. But I think ubumbogodo in you is very, very strong, and I wish you nothing but the best. And I mean, I can only tell that you are a formidable grand politician on your own, and I hope that you'll continue that. And I appreciate your moments of softness, of advice, of conversation about different things, and not all being political. And sometimes you would say, "Dika wena," but knowing that there's a human being, behind you, and I really appreciate that from your perspective. Ntate Moratshetla, I think, I mean, when I share with some of my team, I always say you're one person that I know is going to come prepared to go to go at me. But I think your level of wisdom, your warmth, just as a person generally, is really, really amazing. And I mean, we're together in Finland, and I saw the fatherly side of you as well. And I really, really appreciate the relationship that individually would have. We'll chat about, other things outside of that. When you can't get too used to technology, you'll contact me. We'll go through it, and we'll have chats about just the tribal issues that are happening in our country. And I really appreciate that openness and that level of trust, even in some of those things. Your contribution has immensely made me grow. It's given me perspective, and I think your wisdom and experience in the education sector generally, has given me that particular perspective and wisdom. Honorable, let's see. This one is long-winded, yeah. But this, look, I just want to say thank you for the brotherhood, man. I don't think I'm going to divulge a lot, and I think the relationship that we've built will definitely go beyond politics, and I think it already has, and I hope it keeps us that way. I mean, I started with you in higher education, and we're now here, so I think our relationship will just continuously grow, and when you lose your fuse, don't worry, I'll always be there to calm you down. So thank you so much, man, for all the memories that we've created along the way, the robust debates that we'd have. Even though if you are wrong, you want to shout high, but it's fine, I'll allow you. But I really, really appreciate the relationship that we've built over the years. And I think it goes to say with the same with Honorable Yabo. I think the relationship that we have will go beyond the politics that we have. Honorable Morwan is fairly new, very warm woman. I mean, I think I've met her in the past twice, and it's always a very calm, warm. And I really appreciate getting to know you in a short space of time, and hopefully we'll get a chance to get to know each other better when the time allows throughout the process. Honorable Ngobo, Mr. Mapolo. Mapolo, no, thank you, man. We've had some very tough conversation. One thing I appreciate about you is the level of honesty. You're very honest in terms of what you believe, and you'll always stand for it. And I really appreciate that. I've also learned you on when to exercise restraint and when to make your point, and sometimes when we don't need to say anything. And I think as a young member of parliament, you get to learn from very diverse people, which I've mentioned all of you, and the different aspects that are there in your characteristics. And I really, really appreciate the relationship that we've built, and some source of advice that I've gotten from you, especially throughout the billable process. Honorable Sukars, Mama Sugar, so I don't know if she's still on the line, but I think we've had a lot of conversations. You know, your principled nature and the level of integrity you have in your beliefs is something that, you know, we can only learn from. And I think it's sometimes, I mean, Honorable Lutia makes it a joke, but I think it's a generational deficit that we do have. And, you know, you always standing firm and, you know, on your beliefs, regardless of who says what, you know, is quite commendable. And always counseling us, you know, in the car the next day, and would share our stories with you. And, you know, you're showing the level of understanding from our perspective, even if you don't agree with us, actually is very, very motherly. And I really appreciate the relationship that we've built over the years. I know that as a person individually, just as a woman in politics, you are destined for greatness, and don't ever doubt that any day. And I believe that God will give you, you know, or put you where you need to be, and you should always believe in that. And then Honorable Mama Swanti, we were together in Finland. And on the trip there, I mean, I traveled with you, Mama. Really thank you so much for the lovely memories. I mean, the conversations we had, you reminded of me of a mama, you know, in some instances. Just you know, just on the background, the history, just getting to know you and how you ended up in politics. And it's really, really inspiring that people from humble beginnings can be in this biggest platform of the country. And it goes to show even the people that I work with in my own community, that there's a lot of hope in that. And ndiyabulela kakhulu ma, for the conversations that we shared, for taking all of my annoying pictures and videos, but you're always willing, even though people were laughing, because, you know, memories are very, very important to me. And then Khadebe, I mean, I got to know you in a very short space of time, Kulowam. Akona ndizayithetha eninzi. But ke la driving, yeah, nobubodyguard bohlala bukhona. And I think the relationship that we've built is beyond you know, just the life that we have here in politics, just ubuntu bethu, and just where we come from, and the bonds that we've built in a very, very short space of time. And Kuselana and all that we do is very, very important. And I really appreciate the relationship that we've built. And, you know, from time to time, you check on me. If I make a solid point, even if it's not from, you know, from your ideological perspective, you'd give that encouragement as Umkhulu. So I really, really appreciate that. And then I just want to make sure I don't forget anybody. The last person I think would be Honorable Van Zyl. Unfortunately, Honorable Van der Walt is not here, but she knows exactly how I feel about her. But Honorable Van Zyl, thank you so much. I never doubt that you have my back. I don't think there's anybody who has my back more than you do. And I speak this not just in committee, but just generally in politics and life. You're a very good friend to me, and you've built a very strong relationship over the years. And I've learned a lot from you in a very short space of time being in this committee together. And I think that our relationship is way beyond politics. And, you know, us always having each other's back is very, very important, because we get to understand other people, and for us to share, for them to understand us and where we come from. So I really, really appreciate you, and I hope nothing but the best. And just my parting words, Chair, is to say, you know, sometimes we speak very firmly in our meetings, we speak very firmly in politics and in Parliament generally about our own ideological standpoint. And I was just actually reflecting the other day and saying that, you know, Gogonan City anibuye, you know, there's certain people that you feel that you would like to continue having a relationship with. And I hope that, you know, many of you, if not all of you, would, you know, be part of the 7th Parliament. But if not, that communication from me will always remain. There's certain personal things that we've spoken about that I intend to do, that I would like to invite you as colleagues in, because I know you've contributed to me in my young political life, in contributing to the Parliament of South Africa. And I hope that ezo zinto zawuhlala ezinhliziyweni zenu, kwii-endeavours zenu, izinto enizawuzenza ngawuThixo anikhusela, anisikelela, anigcine, anilondoloze, aninike iminqweno yentliziyo zenu neengqondo zenu in all that you do. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Amakumbuzikhaya.
Hayi ithi ayibuyi phela. Yeba.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, asibuyi serious. Yo. But
Ayin, guys.
life goes on. Ulithi uyabuya.
Hands and phone.
So you'll always have the nightlife. But thank you so much to all of you. I really don't want to make any long things now. May God protect all of us. May God keep on loving us. May God be there for us and our families. Those who are coming back, all the best. And for all of us who are not coming back, life goes on. And there is God up there, man. There is life up there. It was a 5-year contract. It has come to an end. So thank you so much. Thank you very much. I think we are adjourning now this meeting. We still have got 2 meetings, like I've said. That is for budget processes, and then that will be the end of our meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bangi. Thank you, my love. Thank you, Nana. Thank you, Chapasene.
Recording
Hayi
stopped.
ngiyabuya sla.
Bam ndiyabuya.
Hayi, nina nizothola 20 seat, Mamsonto.
100.